Hey, Happy New Year and welcome to the show. Yeah, it's New Year's Eve. And I said to Boomer, Boomer, it's New Year's Eve. We really ought to do something. He said, why don't we go over to my place? I hear there's a heck of a party going on over there. I said, I learned my lesson last year with your parties. I think I offended him. He said, what do you mean, learned your lesson? I'll have you know, that party cost me $900 just for the ice sculpture of Gina Carano. I said, I know. My lips were frostbit for a week. So we decided to play it safe and hang out here with all of you. We're going to have some fun, and my most special guest will be all of you. I'm dropping the StreamYard link into the chat so you can pop into the studio, have a virtual bubbly, and wish everyone a Happy New Year. So strap in. Here we go. Hey, Boomer, how you doing?
You know, I kept the head of that Gina Carano statue in my freezer, and I take it out every so often. And no,
I got Gina Carano's head in my freezer.
Well, the ice head. You know, I'm just saying, it's art.
I dig it. You know.
Actually, I have a kind of a party tonight. I had all sorts of treats. I had deviled eggs, and I had chicken livers, and I had shrimp, and I had the cut vegetables and the dip. You know, all that stuff.
Sure.
Yeah. So how about you? Anything fancy you've been eating this evening? Did you get your Chinese food finally?
No, I had a ham and cheese sandwich with onions.
Oh, that's sad.
Well,
that's a sad New Year's. Is this what it's like in the Chicago area?
Well, here's the thing. You know,
I have ham.
you're just finishing up your Thanksgiving leftovers by the time Christmas comes along, and Christmas, you know, leftovers are eaten through the New Year. So, you know, ham and cheese sandwiches. You know.
Oh my goodness.
So what you sipping on, my friend?
I got myself an Angry Orchard crisp apple hard
fair.
Cider for the new year.
That's fair. That's fair.
2021's gone already. Are you going to miss it? 2021?
Nah, not at all. It's been a crap year. Well, we'll get into that in just a minute. Let me real quick say hi to... Now, I do have to say, although I know she's not here right now, I do want to say that I did see that the first person comment was Stephanie Janicek. She might be back later this evening, so stay tuned for that. But I do see Go Team Ghost Planet was next. Happy New Year, and so glad to see you. Matanui, thank you so much for your comments on my last video. I super appreciate that. Artificer Joni, good to see you, my friend. And Sir Torrin Clegane, good evening and Happy New Year to you all. Oh, both of y'all are there. So Go Team Ghost Planet, go ×2. Happy New Year. So I did drop the link. You'll see it up at the very top in the pinned comments. If you want to join us in the studio, you absolutely can. I know Aged Boomer can't hang around all night because, you know, that crazy party going on at his place. And but yeah.
I could only afford a Brie Larson ice sculpture this year, though. But
Actually, they paid you to take it off their hands, right? So I kind of understand how that works.
So 2021, I mean, we are going to be doing sort of a recap thing on Sunday. Our winners, losers, and wild prediction for 2022. But
are we only allowed one wild prediction?
You can have more than one. You can have more than one loser if you think of it. Okay. There are too many losers this year, though, so I don't know. It's
yeah, it'll get pretty crazy if we do, you know. But, real quick, let me bring in our oftentimes guest and much beloved Sir Torrin Clegane. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing fine this evening. How are you two?
Doing wonderfully. How? What are you sipping on?
Nothing really, but I did have a couple Pepsis before I got up here.
Oh, wow. High octane stuff. You really want to be up to party tonight.
Remember in Home Alone, Fuller, go easy on the Pepsi. Remember?
that hasn't been a problem until I hit my mid-30s.
Pepsi is like alcohol, strictly for medicinal purposes. Right? And I self-medicate all the time.
You can get Pepsi made with actual sugar, you know. It's called Pepsi Throwback.
I do know that.
Yes, in fact, I do. Although I don't normally drink sugar sugared sodas. I do keep some Pepsi Throwback and Mountain Dew. What do they call it? Mountain Dew Throwback as well?
I think so, something like that, yeah.
I do keep a case of each one of those for whenever I have guests.
Cool.
And I just heard a little beep in my ear. Let's see who's joining us tonight. There she is, the lovely and talented Stephanie Janacek of Stephanie Janacek's Smuggler's Cantina. How are you doing, my friend?
Hey.
Good to see you. We're in the studio here with Aged Boomer and Sir Torrin Clegane. And what you sipping on, Stephanie?
I can't hear you. Just a second.
Okay.
Just a second. I'll be right back.
No worries. Take your time.
So, Torrin, what are you going to miss most about 2021?
I don't know what's going on, but I can hear you guys. Just a second.
Okay.
Okay. We'll bring you back in when you get back.
What am I gonna miss?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, I can't think of anything really.
Not much, right?
Exactly.
I mean, let's face it. I mean, I don't know. For me, the things that I appreciate, the things that I'm thankful for, those are coming with me. So, my job, my wife, my Star Wars toys. But beyond that, I mean, you just want to leave it all behind,
You're going to be kicking yourself a year from that about that sweet Rancor monster you missed out on.
But you know what? I didn't miss out on it because they never made it. Everyone missed out on it. No, honestly, I think I said something in the video about it. The 6-inch figures just aren't for me. I feel like you get more for your money if you're doing smaller figures where you can have, play sets and vehicles and so on and so forth. Just my thought. That's kind of where in fact, back when I was a kid, they had the 12-inch figures, right? And they were good-looking figures. But I couldn't justify it. I was like, you know what? For the price of one, oh, you know what? We'll remove that, and we'll bring her in. And can you hear us now? There you are.
Hi. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you just fine. Can you hear us okay?
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
Perfect. What you sipping on, Stephanie?
It's an obscure French champagne I found.
I've got a cheap bubbly from a can, only because I'm saving the champagne for if Nanette wants to pop it when we get closer to midnight.
I've got some other stuff for that. And if I make it that far, and I was like, I was watching Doomcock, and I'm like, you know what? I'd like to go to bed right now. So,
was it getting a little going on?
I'm tired, man.
Are you really? I slept late today.
I'm 53 years old. I'm always tired.
That's fair. That's fair. I'm over the 5-0 myself, and I totally get you. That's why I slept till middle of the afternoon today, just so I could be up and about today.
I have a 120-pound dog laying here. I can't sleep that long.
Good point. Good point.
7 a.m. He's right there.
I don't know. That may not be a bad way to wake up.
Well, all right. A few weeks ago, I was sound asleep.
Yeah.
And something lands on me, like they jumped off the top rope of a professional wrestling ring, and it was him. He literally just was poof, and I was like, ugh. And I'm like, you know what? You're an asshole, dog.
Right?
He's like, it's 6 a.m. It might be dark out, but I want you to wake up right now. And I was awake. He ended up back in his kennel, and I went back to sleep. I was like, I'm done. But the look on his face was like, I'm laying there, I'm stunned. And he's like, you really need to wake up. I'm like, fuck you. Sorry.
No. You let it fly. This is
I was mad.
This is an uncensored stream.
He's a big dog.
Mm-hmm.
And my horse is big. She knows enough. Don't step on mommy's feet. Don't shove her anyway. She will make me run hard, and I'll be tired.
Yeah.
Because what you do with horses when they're bad,
Mm-hmm.
You either back them up into oblivion. I mean, back up. Or you put them on a lunge line and run them for an hour till they're like, "Ah,
Yep.
okay, I was a bad girl." This guy, no, he goes into his kennel, which he still fits into, which is weird.
Yeah, and I've seen that little kennel in the background. I've seen him go into it. So
He's a big dog,
he is almost a horse himself.
but he's he's a good boy. He's sweethearted.
Seems
He
it,
loves
yeah.
everybody. I think I told there's a gay couple in our community,
Mm-hmm.
and I told one of the guys, I said, Kojak, they have a German Shepherd, so they love him.
Mm-hmm.
He loves them. And I said, well, you realize that he actually identifies as a golden retriever. And they actually were like, oh my God, really? I'm like, no. No. He's just, he just,
It's gotten to the point where you can't make a joke and people understand the humor of it.
Oh,
well, I had a golden retriever, and he weighed 70 pounds. He was still too big to run into you at full speed. And it was like, okay, fine, whatever. Buford, sit down. And eventually he'd do it. Kojak doesn't hear you.
Yeah.
He's ADD, and we were warned by his breeder. He's the only puppy in a 10-litter, puppy hatch thing, whatever, that did whatever he wanted to do. The other puppies would run together. He kind of laid back. He's like me. He kind of like just follows along.
Yeah.
I'll be there. I'll whatever. And we're finding that out. He is his own guy. So when I say, don't chase after the 5-year-old girl on the bicycle, and then I have to hit, because he wears an e-collar
Sure.
at 40 and he screams like a girl. And I'm like, all right, I want to tell you guys, just because a dog yells like that
Mm-hmm.
doesn't mean they're hurt. There's no scars on his neck.
Right.
He's not bleeding. It's a surprise. It's not a shock.
It's like a child crying. It doesn't necessarily mean anything's wrong. They're just upset.
He heard me say, leave it.
Yeah.
He didn't want to leave it. So then I had to go to the next thing, and he was a little bitch about it.
Mm.
And I want to tell you something about shepherds. I love them.
Mm-hmm.
This is the coolest dog. I love my Labradors. I love my golden retrievers. I love my pointers, setters. But this dog is the smartest dog I've ever known in my life. He doesn't give a crap what you think unless you put the heel down.
Yeah.
I own a thoroughbred horse the same way. Okay, that's it. I mean, this guy's so smart. He'll sit there and look at you like the square root of 55 is. I'm like, I don't care. Yeah. Anyway.
So Stephanie, I know that based on what you were saying earlier today, you got some plans for seeing out the new year this year. Did you want to share that with everyone?
Well, if I last that long.
Well, yeah.
I mean, if I last that long, yeah. Well, it's Bob Iger's that the last hour and 45 minutes.
I'll drink to that. Well, is that by California time though? So it might be a little bit longer.
Well, yeah, I think it's probably Eastern. I think they do it.
Oh.
Because he's actually based in Florida.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Then
Yeah.
cheers to that.
I'm watching this and going, for what was it? When did he become?
I don't know. It's been a couple years now.
CEO of Disney. It was like what, in 2008?
Yeah.
He's
something
been there
like
for
that.
a long time. The woman replacing him has been there longer. And it's time for him to go. This woke shit
Yep.
started under his watch.
Yep.
And it's not that, I heard someone say, well, there was woke stuff all the time. It's like, no, it wasn't prevalent. It wasn't the main topic. It wasn't the message. Okay?
It's a question of priorities. It used to be that it was about making money first, and then whatever else they wanted to do was secondary.
Yeah.
That flipped, and it's not working. When we say get woke, go broke, we're not just blowing dog whistles. That's real.
Yeah.
That is, you want to believe the science? That's the science, and I can prove it to you by repetition over and over and over again.
Well, ask Mike, Mexican or Valiant Renegade.
They're
And
both
everything
finance
they
guys, right?
They haven't made money in. I mean, Lucasfilm hasn't made money in 12
Yeah.
years since they sold to Disney.
Yeah.
And the reason why is because Kathleen Kennedy, was an absent landlord. She didn't care about Star Wars. And when she did, it had to be Ray, the bestest ever.
Yeah.
And Kyle Ron. And,
Right.
and then they turn, very, we have to have a black man, a person of color to be the hero. Okay, so you turn him into a janitor.
Exactly. And then marginalize him and then take him off the posters in China. I mean,
Yeah.
I was expecting him to be the main character through the new trilogy.
and I wouldn't have necessarily had a problem with that. If they had and they developed the character, I'd have been fine with it. But they need to shit or get off the pot. If you want to do it, do it. Otherwise, stay the fuck away from it.
Here's the deal. That was Bob Iger's fault.
Mm-hmm.
Bob Iger, Blue Z. We all know that. The little tiny whatever that he has. I have to say that because I've been in Asia. Asian men it's very hard to find one there that you're going, wow, you're a real guy. What I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I'm going to tell you something. Korean Marines
Mm-hmm.
are fucking badasses. I am not kidding. Those guys, here's the deal. Well, if the Americans aren't available, we'll just call the Rocks. And they'll show up, obliterate everything and go, and I mean obliterate it. We'd be apologizing, maybe saying, and they don't have any fucks to give.
Yep.
They really, really don't.
Sound like Klingons.
There's a reason why. There's a reason why. But honestly, when you look at the guys that are out there doing everything, it's like, look, I don't, whatever. Anyway, what they did with TFA was they redid A New Hope.
Yep.
Badly.
Yep.
And then they thought, well, Harrison Ford wants to die in this, and we'll just do this. And no one ever thought of anything. I'm going to tell you this. Theory of mine. Harry saw what they did
Mm-hmm.
to LJ, to Luke, to Mark,
Yep.
and Carrie,
Yep.
and was like, I made a mistake. I should have been, because I'm going to tell you this. If he had gone to Bob Iger, not to Kathy, to Bob Iger saying, this is what's happening, this is what's going on, I'm done.
Yep.
The shit would have ended right there and then. He's Harrison Ford. He was the only actor they had to get rid of him then, because he's the only person who could have literally said, fucking stop this right now.
Right.
This
And
is
they
why
needed to,
Indy 5 stopped.
they
It's
needed
not
to take
because-
him out before he really caught on to what was happening.
Yeah, because look, Indy 5, Harrison Ford hurts himself in the first week. Hurts himself.
Yeah.
2 weeks later, after he's wearing his shoulder in a sling, and they're saying, well, he had surgery, he's riding around on those, and I've been to Mayfair, London.
Yep.
Those aren't easy streets to walk on his Italian road bike
Yep.
with nothing on his shoulders. I'm like, you know what? He slow rolled this. He
And I'll
slow
be
rolled-
honest, at the time, I didn't know what to make of it because all the outlets were saying, badly injured, da-da-da-da. And that's when all the, ageist started coming out with all that shit. And I'm like, something's not right here. And then you were saying, well, here's the pictures of him doing this and that. I don't think he's hurt as badly as all that. And I'm like, well, what could possibly be the impetus for that? And it's not until a little bit later you look back and you go, oh, now I get
He
it.
stopped it. He slow rolled it. He was like, I'm not doing this. And when you see the Daily Mail come out with Doomcock's rumors, yeah, there was truth to that. There was truth to that, and I think him and Steven Spielberg, whose name's on the executive,
Yep.
and so is George Lucas, were like, we're not doing this.
I totally picture Harrison Ford, when Kathleen Kennedy's calling, we need you to come back. Hey, Kathy, fuck off and go get me a coffee.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's like, Kathy, my shoulder hurts, so I'm gonna go for a bike ride.
Yeah, exactly.
With nothing. I mean,
Well, I know what they do. They go and they talk to their agent, and their agent says, "Oh no, you take as much time as you need. I'll run interference for you."
Yeah.
And they're like, "Look, you have him insured for all of this. You don't want him to have to pull out because he overextends himself."
yeah, and that's exactly what they did. But I also think Bob Chapek. I don't think Ford went to Iger. I don't think he respects him. I can't imagine. I've watched his career since I was 9 years old, and I've seen a lot of shit go down. I mean, if you look at the ins and outs of how The Devil's Own was made,
Mm-hmm.
and the stuff that, oh my God, that he was blamed for, and his wife was blamed for, Melissa.
Yep.
And I'm looking at this going, he knows what's going on. He knows exactly what's going on.
Yep.
And he knows how to play the game now. And back then, it was in the 90s where it was easier, I think. Now, not so much. But I think that he was like, he saw the script he signed for, and then he saw the changes. Then he saw the Crow, Adam Driver's sister show up.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like, oh, fuck. And it was like, okay, well, no. This is going to be an Indiana Jones movie. This is not going to be a she movie or whatever the hell Kathy wants it to be.
Yep.
He's not woke. He's never been woke.
And I do get the impression, something you said before, Harrison Ford, Steven Spielberg, so many others, they're friends of George Lucas. They really are, and I think they all see what's going on. And
Yeah, they do.
none of them are fond of Kathy.
Well, what's really weird is I don't know how, and I've got friends saying, well, she knows stuff. And it's, what? I want to ask a question. If you have this cachet of crap,
Mm-hmm.
you can rain down on Hollywood if your career is being ruined, wouldn't you pick a time and then drop it?
I'll tell you something else. She's not that subtle.
No.
She is not that clever. She's not out there playing 4D chess.
No.
She's look at the article that I just shared with you today.
Yeah, that's her.
It's
Cameron
got to
said
be
it was
her.
Cameron told me it's her. I was like, okay.
Just for
well,
everyone
that's
else,
a great
because you guys won't know what Stephanie are talking about. Birdman shared with me an article from, what was the name of that outlet? You said it was a San Francisco paper or something like that?
Yeah, San Francisco. It's literally their newspaper. It's a San Francisco.
Okay. I had never heard of them, and it was basically an editorial by some ding-dong I'd never heard of, saying that the book of Boba Fett was terrible, and compared it to, she said it was as bad as polio. And I'm like, okay, hold off there, okay? As soon as you make that kind of a comparison, you have no credibility to begin with.
Well,
so what is this? Go ahead.
Here's the deal. SF Gate is, I think, a San Francisco Chronicle or one of those big newspapers. So it's a legit thing. So I'm going, but the guy who wrote it for them is a Deadspin columnist. So I'm like going, okay. So it could be Kathy, it could be Pablo Hidalgo, with one last "fuck you, Dave and John."
Yeah.
I don't know.
The important point was it wasn't the Hollywood Reporter. It wasn't, Vanity Fair. It wasn't Rolling Stone. It was the San Francisco Chronicle. Really?
The San Francisco, God, what is that? San Francisco Gate.
Whatever it is,
it's like one of. I mean, I remember seeing that newspaper on my brother's porch step when he lived in Oakland. Got a long story on that. My brother.
Yeah.
He was born in '43. He was one of the original hippies. Literally. Literally. He hung out with those guys. When last time I saw him, we were having dinner, and we were talking about stuff, and he goes, well, all those Halloween parties at George Lucas's, at Skywalker Ranch. I'm going,
yeah.
what the fuck? I'm like, what? I don't, so had I known my brother Bill was connected to those people, I probably would have pictures of Harrison Ford of me going, back in the day. But Billy, he was very mysterious. Bill was, but he was one of those people. He was one of those guys. And, an original hippie, but he was the first person that said to me, California needs to be divided into 6 states. Yeah.
Illinois needs to be divided to at least 2, but I agree for the same reason.
Yeah, but that's the first time. It was in 2001. Literally the day before the inauguration of George Bush. And I'm going, okay, it was the first time I'd ever heard that.
Yeah.
Now every conservative in the world is saying that. I'm going, yeah, but a hippie told me that the first time. And then I look at my brother, if he's still with us now, and say, you were really a libertarian. And he'd probably tell me to shut my mouth. But he was. He didn't give a shit.
Yeah.
He didn't care.
There's a lot of classical liberals that are starting to realize they have far more in common with conservatives than they do with what's currently passing for a liberal party over here.
Oh, they're not liberals.
You're right, they're not.
One of the things that pissed Pablo Hidalgo off, and I said to him, you're not liberal, you're a left-wing fascist.
Yep. It's true. I mean, and this is where they try to twist the definition of words and make them mean the opposite. That doesn't change reality. Real quick, I want to say hi to a bunch of people that have stopped in. Big Al, if you're still here, and Maria Tiantelli. So glad to see you guys there. I do have the link pinned at the top if you guys do want to join me. And I really should ask, we're at that point. Boomer, can you stick with us or do you need to drop out?
I'm going to have to drop out in a minute or two, but...
That's okay. I will be on with you on Sunday for our regular Geeky Geezers. Are we going to talk news at all on Sunday, or are we just going to do a New Year's thing, or what are we doing?
Probably not. Well, the whole idea was I felt that there wasn't going to be a ton of news this week. I mean, I'm reading in the chat, unfortunately, Betty White passed away. I'm sad to hear that, but
yeah.
She did have a long life. But if we have other news articles, we could. But it's mainly going to be kind of almost like a recap of news. Like, we're going to pick our winners and losers of the year. You can just have one each, or more than one if you think of anything. And then we're going to do a wild prediction for the following year that no one will believe.
Yeah, and Stephanie, I asked him. He said I could do more than one prediction. I'm going to share Paulie's prediction from his video today.
Okay, what's his prediction?
I don't want to ruin it before Sunday, so let's save it for Sunday.
Okay. All right. Well, listen. Happy New Year's to y'all. I really appreciate being on the stream, and yeah, that's it. And hopefully the new year will present us with some new faces over at Disney, and maybe no more Pablo Hidalgo.
So, be kind to that ice sculpture, and I'll see you on Sunday.
All right. Take care. Love
Take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye. And again, you guys in the stream, if you want to, come in, join us in the green room. Go ahead and click that link. Otherwise, we're going to keep talking. But yeah, so Stephanie, what you said you liked my video about Boba Fett. Have you seen some of those comments that I was talking about?
Yeah, I have. And I've seen friends of ours say stuff like that, and here's the deal: I can understand people saying it's slow,
Mm-hmm.
but because they're setting it up,
Yep.
you have to take that into consideration.
Yep.
We live, even people our age, millennials.
Sure.
We want to be satisfied immediately. It's like
Yep.
I can't even go there. There's so many. I mean, I could get really callous and crass right now about that, and I won't because I'm not Samantha Jones. But you know what I'm saying, right?
Mhm.
Like, what do you want?
Exactly. And real quick, let me say hi to Big Al.
Hello.
Well,
What you sipping on, Big Al?
Virgin limoncello.
Oh, okay, that's
As
fair.
usual.
That is absolutely fair. And
Hope
my
you don't-
question,
Hope you don't mind the Avatar being already set for tomorrow night's rewatch.
no, I was gonna point that out, that your avatar is for tomorrow's rewatch of the Poseidon Adventure, a often forgot these days New Year's movie. So absolutely great. And Big Al, we were just talking about the video I dropped about Book of Boba Fett. A, have you seen the first episode of the Book of Boba Fett? And B, have you seen my video about it?
Yes and yes.
Did you really? Okay,
Yeah,
great.
and I was kind of reading a lot into that video. I was like, I know exactly who he's talking to and all this other stuff. But yeah,
Actually, you might be surprised because the people you might be thinking I'm talking about, I don't even follow anymore, so I have no idea what they're saying.
yeah, well, I have my own battles with certain, but I just and
That's your own decision, man.
I
Sorry.
have said long ago, I will watch what I want to watch.
Mhm.
And if I like it, I like it. And if I don't like this one, well, maybe the next one will be good. So
Yeah. And so, what did you think of Book of Boba Fett?
I enjoyed it immensely. I thought it was well done. It was a great introduction to how.
Did you
he
feel
got
I was
where he
on
got.
point with the whole thing about the pacing and how I think it's unfair to
Yeah,
base
you
the?
can't- yeah. It's the perfect prologue.
It's a prologue, yes. And in fact, I don't know if anyone here on the panel or anyone in the chat subscribes to Kamran Pasha's Patreon. He did his version of that commentary, and he was like, yeah, it seemed a little slow, but it was really kind of like a prologue. And I'm like, okay, and he's a writer. He gets it, you know?
Yeah, that's what it was supposed to be. It showed first of all the iconic how Boba Fett got out of the Sarlacc pit. So we now know that. I'm sure Patton
Yeah.
Oswalt is happy. And we knew where he was setting up, and now he's got to. The series is going to be about him. I can't think of the word. Just getting all that power coordinated.
yeah, Yeah, he's establishing himself and accumulating his resources and his concentrating his power base.
Well,
and just oh, I'm sorry.
there were people complaining that about he's a bounty hunter and well, how is this happening? And it's like when you look at the imagery, and I think John Favreau and Robert Rodriguez, who I think is gorgeous, by the way.
He kind of is, and I'm a straight guy, so
he's a good-looking man. And Paulie Latino Slant just laughs when I say that. They underestimate the intelligence of the viewers. But when you watch what's going on, it's like a rebirth.
Yeah,
Rebirthing scene. Because when the Jawas come over and take the helmet and take the armor and take all that, he's left in basically clone skivvies. Now, I have seen EU fanatics screaming that he came out naked. And it's like,
So?
if this is Disney, so how are you going to explain that? Are you going to make
Not
him
to
look
mention that
Gandalf?
in the EU we didn't have the concept of Beskar and it being kind of indestructible. So,
Invaluable.
yeah.
And I want to kind of bounce off one point that you mentioned. Everybody's like, well, he's a bounty hunter. It's like, technically, but bounty hunter is what he did. It's not who he is.
Right.
Yeah.
He
It's
is-
not like it's a race or something.
Yeah, it's what
Yeah.
he was doing
And-
to make ends meet, to get a little cash, and
Yeah. Yeah.
being in the criminal underground, which he is still in, is where he feels comfortable. He's just taking it up a notch.
And I do want to say one thing about what it means to be a bounty hunter. I've heard a lot of people saying he was an incredible villain. And I'm like, we live in this era where people are trying to blur the line between hero and villain, and with this concept of anti-hero. But the reality is, bounty hunters kind of are an anti-hero. They really are doing heroic things. They're filling the role of law enforcement. They're just doing it in a mercenary kind of way.
Yeah,
Yeah,
if you look at Boba Fett in the films, he is never really villainous. He's just got a job to do.
Now wait a minute. Empire Strikes Back, there was absolutely no personality behind
Right.
that. There was no humanity. He was just
True.
an asshole in armor, and I hated his guts. I hated him. I wanted him gone. I wanted God. I am a Han Solo fan to the bone, and this shit pissed me off. And if you look at westerns, classic westerns like TV and movies, bounty hunters weren't looked at as, gee, you're a Boy Scout. No, they were like, okay, are you a good guy today or a bad guy today? All right, that's the point. And I looked at it because I grew up with westerns. So when I looked at him and I heard bounty hunter, I was like, he pissed me off. And when I really wanted to see Han shoot him outright in the gunfight. Because that would have been the perfect ignominious end for that bastard. And instead it was like, Boba Fett, where's Boba Fett? Poof, and he's gone.
Yeah. Taken out by a blind guy, right?
Yeah, well, blind guy that in the peak of condition probably would have shot him dead.
Yeah.
And I, the thing about this character was they built him up so much that we have people acting like he's a superhero.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh Christ, no, he's not.
Well,
his father wasn't.
Here's the thing that
whatever.
Here's a challenge I would make to you, Stephanie, and I don't challenge you lightly, but try to see something. Remember, as an audience, we have access to information that a lot of the characters in the film don't have. So, from the point of view of Boba Fett, this is just one possible interpretation. I'm not saying this is the one I necessarily subscribe to, but from his point of view, he's been hired by the Empire, which is the lawful government, to go after a criminal, as far as he understands.
He was hired by a criminal overlord with the government's that was backed by the government. I mean, Jabba
Yep.
and the Emperor had a thing. So,
and I think we're going to see in this show going forward that who's the good guys and who's the bad guys in this criminal underworld is very subjective.
It's when you start looking at individuality,
Mm-hmm.
then you start going, okay, this guy's a good guy. This guy's an asshole.
Yep.
This guy needs to just die. And I'm going to go back to the EU, when you look at the Solo origin story, which was okay, but I would have written it a little bit differently. That's an asshole. He's a robot. He just shows up and does shit. And Han and Lando get him. They get him good.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's not invincible in that. And That's the thing is that bothers me is that, oh my God, the Armin the Great. I mean, he's so invincible. I had somebody in my chat the other day going, I don't understand superheroes. He's not a superhero.
Mm-hmm.
No.
He's a literal clone of a bounty hunter named Jango Fett.
Yep.
He's not a superhero. He's basically human
Yep.
in a weird sort of way.
I
And
think if you had to tag him with any superhero comparison, like maybe Batman or Iron Man.
Yeah.
yeah,
No, you're right. I dig it.
A regular guy with
With gadgets. Yeah.
Batman. I mean, Han would be Wyatt Earp.
Yep.
I mean, if you look at Wyatt Earp,
Yep.
that is as close to that as you could get because, I mean,
Or you could say that Boba Fett is Batman and Han Solo is Bat Masterson.
Bat Masterson. Yeah, Bat Masterson. Probably a Wyatt Earp really did sit on the knife edge. I mean, when you look at the history of that,
Oh yeah.
Bat Masterson leaned to the good side all the time. Wyatt Earp, his early life, horse thief.
But you guys both saw my video. My point was too, regardless of where you think he's coming from,
Yeah,
we're now following his story and we're seeing him reflecting back on his past and looking forward to his future.
yeah,
Character development, that's what stories are.
yeah.
and I
Well,
think
when he cringed when that biker gang killed that
Yep.
guy, that was. But I could also see the same jackass
Mm-hmm.
dragging Solo up in carbonite into his flying codpiece.
Or blowing up the guy that was escaping him, you know? Like
Yeah.
it's like I'm going to get the last, shot in. Boom.
Yeah, yeah. I'll tell you something else. There's a lot of parallels between him and Solo in that.
Yes.
You could see Han doing that.
I think they're more alike than either of them realizes.
Yeah, well, I could see Leia going, you shot him in the back. And Han going, well, he was going to come back. What do you want me to do, But that's survival of the fittest.
Yeah.
There's a difference between civilized people and people who are getting civilized but weren't before.
Yep.
And they still see the bad. They
Yep.
still see it's like bringing in a Navy SEAL off of the Cush
Mm-hmm.
and saying, have fun being a school teacher. Okay. You can't do that. They're always going to see somebody doing the last thing they need to see and they're going to stop it.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what he did in that instance. I was like, all right, that guy deserved it. But I also watch Westerns. So that's John Wayne going,
Well, I would compare it to, if I look at history, I look at, the pre-Revolutionary war tactics, where armies meet face to face, fire, go to the back as the next guy fires, and you just mow each other down until the last man standing, as opposed to guerrilla warfare, where it's, screw your gentleman rules. We're fighting street fighting here.
well, it's if you look at, all right, back in, we'll say 1850,
Mm-hmm.
the United States was to Ohio, and then there's a great big place that was not settled. They were territories, and there was California. Okay. When I look at Tatooine, I look at the edge of the empire.
Yep.
Which is what I look at Dodge City. I look at
Yep.
Deadwood. I look at Tombstone. That's what Tatooine and those areas.
And that's
are.
exactly what Lucas had in mind when he did
Yeah.
it. And I
Yeah.
think that
It's
Robert
like John
Rodriguez
Favreau
is
had.
totally keyed into that.
Yeah, it's when you see the sand people,
Yep.
it's like walking into a bunch of Apaches.
Yes, exactly. Perfect analogy.
Or if they had horses, it would have been Comanches, which are my favorite tribe.
Right.
It's like, and they were. Let me tell you something. They made the Taliban look like Boy Scouts.
Yep.
When you look at the history, and there's a museum at Fort Sill, Native American History Museum,
Yep.
and it makes you go.
And this is
They
what
were
people
assholes.
there's people that talk about Native Americans as if they were all one people and they were all the same and you could ascribe the same noble sentiments to all. It's not the case.
No, it wasn't.
You know, there was, before we got here, there were tribes that were slaughtering other tribes.
Oh yeah, I had a Chippewa chief. I was taking Native American history when I was in school, and he was there. I think just to say I'm here. You could tell. I mean, they are who they are. And I was sitting there, and I was always asking questions of the professor because I read every book about Crazy Horse and the Lakota.
Mm-hmm.
And then I got interested in the Comanche because I love horses, and they were the true horse
Yep.
soldiers. They not only captured horses, they raised their own. They're
Yep.
one of the only two tribes to actually breed a breed of horse. And I was sitting there talking to one of the girls in the class in the commons, and I mean, this guy was a big boy. I mean, he's like 6'4". Sat down, we started talking, and he goes, "I like what you said." And they go, "About what?" Because he scared me. He goes, "About our history. When you raised your hand and said, when the French gave us, as Chippewas, and there were Winnebagos, there were, I mean, all kinds of people in Wisconsin, they got guns, and
Yep.
then they forced the Dakotas, who were Sioux Indians, across the Mississippi River. All right, they chased them out.
Yep.
It was a genocide, basically.
Yep.
Then those people pushed west
Yep.
into the Black Hills.
Yep.
Guess who lived in the Black Hills? The Crows, the Blackfeet, the Shoshone.
Yep.
Okay. And then the Lakotas, who are part of the Sioux, they're Lakota, Nakota, and Dakota, and they were all the Sioux Indians. They're their biggest tribe on the plains. But they basically pushed people who'd been there for, I'm going to say hundreds of years. I'm never going to say thousands, because there's nothing to say that they were there that long,
Mm-hmm.
out of the Black Hills. And then they said, "These are our sacred hills." But you were only there for 150 years.
Yeah.
No, I mean, there's a scene in a movie, a TV show, Bury My Heart at Wounded Knee.
Yep.
They turned it into a series. Do you know who did the script?
No.
Melissa Matheson.
Really?
Yep, Harrison Ford's wife.
Hmm.
And there's a moment where Colonel, I'm going to say Miles or Gibbons, looks at Sitting Bull and says, "You people slaughtered thousands for these hills.
Mm-hmm.
These aren't your hills."
Yep.
And Crazy Horse rationalizes it, or Sitting Bull rationalizes it. And it's like, Melissa Matheson,
Mm-hmm.
Miss Hippie, put that in there?
Yep.
I could not believe that. And and then I literally looked at this whole world that I thought they were, and I'm like, God damn it, she was a smart lady.
Yep.
And Harrison Ford's smart to be married to her. There's something, a respect for history.
Yep.
Because there's a truth to that. They did this.
And I think that a lot of the people, when they talk about, you know, this great reverence they have for Native Americans, it's really a veneer over a special kind of racism. Because first, they're ascribing traits to all Native Americans as if they were all one tribe, and they weren't. And secondly, they take disparate concepts from the different tribes and try to say both at the same time. On the one hand, you have some tribes that believe the land belonged to nobody. You can't own the land. And then on the other hand, you had some tribes that were like, no, this is our sacred land. Well, it can't be both ways. And it wasn't, of course, to these individual tribes.
Yeah. Well, it's the Sioux thought if they conquered it, it was theirs. The Comanche basically it was like from Kansas all the way down into like very southern Texas.
Mm-hmm.
The Llano Estacado, if you know what that is, which is very dry western Texas, that was theirs.
Yep.
And they were, I mean, there's a reason why the Spaniards didn't come up and through Texas.
Mm-hmm.
And it's because a very small band of not indigenous, but born here, whatever, took their horses, learned how to ride them, and raised hell with them. They made the Taliban and the Charlie, in
Vietnam.
in
Vietnamese.
Vietnam look like bitches.
Yep.
I mean, they were, when you look at what they did to bodies, and there are photographs of soldiers captured by them,
Yep.
and there's Sioux, and it was all similar, but there's something special about the Comanche. It was like, Jesus. And then when all said and done, Quanah Parker was half white, rode into Fort Sill on a white horse with his tribe behind him saying, "We give up." Then he befriended the President of the United States, Theodore Roosevelt,
Mm-hmm.
and they got the Wichita Mountain Wildlife Refuge for their sacred ground. So when you see buffalo there, when you see any elk and anything there, that's because the Comanche, that's because Quanah Parker made friends with the U.S. government. And I look at Crazy Horse and it's like, that's great to be a rabid dog, but there's also a point where it's like, you know what? We're getting our asses kicked and we have to make a deal.
Yep.
And there you go.
You're absolutely right. But bringing it back to what originally set us on this, I think you were starting to make the analogy of the of Tatooine being like the Wild West,
Yeah.
and the Sand People kind of being like the Native Americans.
Yeah, they were. And then you've got Cobb Vanth, the creation of, oh cripe, that idiot. And it's like, okay, fine, we're gonna have to live with this. That's fine. But the way Jon Favreau presented that character was not nearly as horrible as it could have been.
Yep.
It's really interesting. What I think what they're doing is they're morphing the EU
Mm-hmm.
with Clone Wars and whatever, and then a little bit of story group stuff, just enough to, and it's fine. It's fine. But when I saw people say, this just leads to Rey, it's like,
Yeah. First, quit worrying about where it leads. Okay. First, is this a good story? If it's a good story, frickin' enjoy it.
Yeah.
But as I pointed out in my video, you and I were just now talking about history, right? And regardless of what your political bent is or whatever, history happened. That's the truth. And you can spin it however you want, but if you're honest, you have to say this is what happened, right?
Yeah.
With a fictional world, you don't have to do that. Just because, it was written in a book somewhere doesn't mean that Favreau has to abide by it, especially because, as I pointed out, some of that EU is mutually exclusive. They can't all be right when they're telling the same story different ways.
Yeah, and the EU contradicted itself.
Yep.
Their own canon contradicts itself.
Yep.
I mean, I remember, Pablo saying, "We're going to make it so it doesn't do that." And it's like, really? 5 years later, everyone's going, I don't get this.
Yeah.
It to me, what Favreau is doing is he's saying, I have license to do what needs to be done.
Yeah.
So we're going to take the good, because there is good. There are characters that I like. Galen Erso. I love that character. Galen Erso's a good character. And there are others. you could use those, put those into a better storyline. There. What I love it is you get a good character, you start it out, and then you trash it. Let Favreau do what he has to do to fix it. My problem is with the purists is, what do you want? I don't get it. This is good Star Wars. I
Exactly.
mean, if you really want pure EU, go find Ken Curtis, who did War and Remembrance, and see for the next 40 years waiting for it all to pan out. Because that's what you're going to get. And it's not good. It is not good.
Yep, exactly right. And the other thing that I was pointing out is, and I we may butt heads on this, Stephanie, but hopefully you've had enough to drink that you won't be too upset with me. Even George is not infallible because he has gone back and retconned stuff that he has done. You know?
I mean, when you're looking at Obi-Wan saying he murdered your father, now what George did was he made that a term, a phrase.
Sure.
To make it easier for Luke to accept. At the moment,
he's a good storyteller. He did his retcons in a intelligent way that made it look seamless.
Yeah, because Luke is 18 years old going, like every 18-year-old is. And when Luke finds out, he thinks Ben lied to him, and Ben didn't.
And one could make the analogy that as a child, when you ask your mom, where do babies come from? And she tells the story, when a mother and father really love each other, and she glosses over the details. And then later on, when you're a little older, okay, let me tell you about the birds and the bees,
Well, I mean, even Obi-Wan said, it's true from a certain point of view.
Yeah.
Right. And Yoda even said, it was unfortunate that I know the truth. No. Unfortunate you weren't ready to know the truth.
Yeah, and that was right. I mean, and that was right. But when you look at that and you think, when are you ready to know the truth of that?
Yeah.
Your father's Hitler. What?
Yeah, that's a good point.
I mean, your father's Ted Bundy.
And now then look at it from Luke's point of view.
Yeah.
I think that discussion he had with Vader on that weather vane, that no, that's not true, and that struggle he has, and he's hit so hard. And honestly, when he drops off, I think he was killing himself. He meant to die at that point.
Yeah, well, he wanted.
But then to look back,
because he knew it was true.
Exactly. And then when later on he's having that conversation with the spirit of Obi-Wan and with Yoda, when they say, no, you weren't ready, and he thinks to that moment, he goes, yeah, I really wasn't,
Yeah, because he was, if you think, all right, Empire Strikes Back, it's 3 years later, he's 21.
Something like that, yeah.
And he's got, I think, probably Obi-Wan's journals. And he's reading through them and trying to figure out how to be a Jedi. And he's finding some stuff out. He knows how to call the lightsaber to him and stuff. And Han and Leia are like, yeah, he's got something. There's something there, but they're not, whatever.
Yeah.
He doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't know anything about this. Because he was so protected from who Anakin was. And Leia is so far removed from that.
Yeah.
She has no idea.
Yeah.
But when you look at her and you think, God, she is perceptive.
Mm-hmm.
That's Anakin, but it's also Padme. Padme was perceptive too.
Yep.
She could read what's going on. And when she goes off on Han and says, you scruffy looking nerve herder, she knew what was going on.
Yeah.
And he could read her like a book. And she knew that. And she was like, I can't. No.
Yeah.
And which I think is so funny. It's like, look, just let it go.
Yeah.
You know, let
So
it go.
we the whole, because originally when Star Wars was first done, it really was in George's mind that Vader and Anakin were two different people. He meant that literally. He
Yeah.
changed his mind going forward.
Yeah.
Same thing with Luke and Leia being brother and sister. He
Oh, yeah.
originally intended that it was that there was a possibility of a romance there.
Yeah. Well, I think part of it was there was absolutely no chemistry between them.
No.
It's like, okay, and it was too obvious.
I had heard somewhere that there was something in his notes where originally his thought was there was going to be another, and that other was going to be Luke's sister, but it was going to be someone other than Leia originally.
Yeah.
You can imagine watching the dailies and going, that looks like he's kissing his sister. Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, like, bouncing off of that.
Yeah.
Well, they knew that. I think they already knew that by then.
Yeah.
And and the way Mark Hamill talks about their relationship,
Uh-huh.
it was like, and Carrie's saying, well, we made out once. And there are people going, oh, well, that's something. It's like, look, if you're anywhere in your 30s or 40s or 50s and have been drunk off your ass at a New Year's Eve party,
Yep.
and you were single and you haven't made out with a guy you didn't know, that's what that is. That's what that is. I've done it, not just once.
Yep.
It is just, I can't even. I mean, and you're like, who was that guy? And you can't even remember. I mean,
Yeah.
and Mark knew that.
Yeah.
And Carrie, I remember reading Princess Diaries saying, well, she's like, well, maybe I should have tried him. And it's like, Carrie, he would have bored you more than Paul Simon bored you.
Oh.
No, and I have a theory. I have a theory that because I don't think that affair between her and Harrison stopped. I think it because there's too much going on with The Empire Strikes Back. There's a story Mark told. Harrison was really pissed off about something. He doesn't explain what it was.
Mm-hmm.
But he said he was sawing apart the Millennium Falcon. He took a saw and was like, and everyone's like, Mark, yeah, go talk to him. And Mark's like, well, Harrison was with Carrie at the time. Mark, I didn't know they were together. Harrison was with Carrie at the time. It's like, you have, shut up. Just go sit there and be quiet. Peter Mayhew's like, just get a room. He said that.
Yeah.
Get a room. So, here's what I think was going on. Harrison had met Melissa in Saskatchewan, of all places, in 78, probably at some hippie compound. Whatever was going on. And whatever. And went back to film Empire and got back with Carrie. Carrie, wild, beautiful, untamed, incredibly intelligent.
Yep.
And I honestly think he fell in love with her, and I think she's the love of his life, and I'm going to stand on that. I will die on this hill right now. And I think she felt the same way about him, but because of who she was, what she was, and her problems, there was something that they could not end. She did something that pissed him off to make him go, fucking,
He was the more mature at the time, and he was mature enough, I believe, this is speculation based on nothing, but I suspect he was like, I'm always going to care about her, but there's no future for us.
Yeah, and I think she did something. If he went that nuts, I think that she did something. And
and she's admitted to some things that she did that were pretty out there,
Really?
Yeah, she talked about doing some stuff with some guys just to get some blow in her book.
Yeah. Well, which book was it?
I forgot. I don't remember
He
now.
doesn't- I mean, and he, if you ever know anything about Harrison Ford, he's not a blow guy. I mean, he's
Nope.
not. I mean, where's the bong? Where's the
Yeah.
fag?
He's the mellow drugs.
Yeah. He's like, he's like my oldest brother. Hang out, have conversation, and like really get philosophical and deep.
Yeah.
I mean, she even said that. She was like, I could not go that far.
Yeah.
And in conversations, it's like, Carrie, you are that smart. You are that smart. You could do that. But I honestly, when I think about this, I think that if she had been mature enough, and I don't care how old she was, your maturity doesn't matter about your age. It matters
True.
about your place in the world. And if she'd been smart and mature enough, she'd still be alive.
Yep. I agree with you there.
If she was stuck with him.
One thing I got to say about Harrison Ford, I mean, I've always been a fan of his. I liked him. But what really made me respect him, like just respect the hell out of him. I don't know if you ever heard this, but have you heard the communication that he had with the tower when he landed wrong on the wrong runway and there was that whole problem?
I think I remember that.
Oh my gosh, it's kind of a big problem, and it could cause serious, situation.
Yeah.
And he took it very seriously. And the guy from the tower was like, "It's okay," and he goes, "No, it's not okay.
Yeah.
Tell me what to do and I'll do it. I screwed up."
Yeah.
And I'm like, how do you not respect somebody like that?
Well, he's a real man.
Yeah,
That's like having John Wayne in the cockpit. It's
right.
You tell me on it. It's just he's the last of that breed, and yet he wasn't part of that. I mean, 1942 was literally almost the last year of that generation,
Yeah,
the silent generation. I think Clint Eastwood was born like what, 1920 whatever.
gosh, yeah, I think so.
Yeah, well, that was the beginning. So
Yep.
you've got that, World War II seeping into that. Then you've got the hippie thing going in.
Mhm.
And then you've got these guys coming up. And Robert Redford, no, you would never
No.
see him doing that. He's not. And he's older, but he's part of that generation, but he is a pussy.
Yep.
And you go on and on and on with that. Hi, buddy. Hey, Kojak.
Yeah, we were just talking about him.
Yeah, baby boy. It's just he wants to go to bed pretty soon. It's like,
Yeah.
dude, God, we got an hour.
Yeah.
I want to say goodbye to Bob Iger. I wanna do this.
Translation: I want to say "fuck you" to Bob Iger.
Yeah, I do. It's just, that generation.
Yeah.
They seeded Vietnam. They
Yep.
were the leaders at Desert Storm. They were basically the bosses, going into the later years, whatever. They were, that was a generation that I don't think it'd find its footing, and yet had it, and they weren't boomers. When I see Harrison Ford being friends with Bill Clinton, it's like he couldn't shine your shoes.
Yeah.
He's a boomer piece of shit. Pig.
Yep.
It's like there's alpha males, and then there's Bill Clinton.
Yep.
Please, intern, will you blow
You know,
him?
But then again, I think Harrison Ford also comes from the perspective of I'm meeting the President of the United States.
Yeah.
Regardless of what I think about him, he's President of the United States. I'm going to be a gentleman,
Well, they're friends.
No, I know that. But what I was getting at is I have said this about every president up to the current day anyway.
Yeah.
that, you know, I may not have voted for him, but you know what? If I met him, I'd still, you know, whatever. I'm sorry, I can't say that anymore. I don't know if that's something about me or what, but
if I always think about him with an older Gen X friend or whatever running around going, that guy's a piece of shit. What are you talking about? And then it's like, no, this is my feeling, and you gotta stay away from him. You know, there's instinct going on with that, and I really, when I look at that shit, when Clinton got elected and the big boomers are going, you know, and it's like, you know what? This is just self-congratulation going on.
No, you're absolutely
There's
right.
nothing about doing the right thing for America.
Was the one guy on the
You
was
know?
the one guy on the news channels like, I got a tingle going up my leg when
Yeah.
well, I think what was it
So
Obama or
unprofessional.
something?
Chris Matthews, Jesus.
Oh,
I got a story about
that's
him.
who it was, yeah.
I got a story about him. The weekend after 9/11, my friends and I, we were hungover. We went up to look at the Pentagon where it got hit, and you could still smell the ozone and the electrics coming out from and all that shit. We went to the Silver Diner in Arlington, and we're all sitting around and we're talking. And I looked at him and said, within a week, the Democrats are going to say Bush knew about it and let it happen. And we're talking about this because I worked for a congressman, so we're very we're trying to game it forward. I looked over the seat and I see some guy looking at me, and it's Chris Matthews. And it's like he gave me the death stare.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you know what? You knew exactly what I was saying.
Yep.
He knew exactly where I was going with it, because literally a week or two later, Cynthia McKinney, Democrat from Georgia, was saying exactly what I said.
Yep.
And my boss, Dick Arby, was saying, yeah, we saw that coming.
Mm-hmm.
And they made her look like a crazy bitch.
And
she is.
the things you talk about when you talk about the behind the scenes on politics, it's not terribly dissimilar from the behind the scenes in the entertainment industry. And what is so frustrating is, and you know, I know Big Al, Sertorin, yourself, me, the guys at Midnight's Edge, all of us in this community have this tendency to pay attention and read between the lines and see what's going on. We can figure a lot of these things out. And that's why, especially Kamran, who, when he makes a prediction, you could almost take it down like Nostradamus. But I see you do the same thing. And, you know, I don't mean to pat myself on the back, but I do it too. And it's so frustrating when we deal with people who don't see the bigger picture. All they have is these blinders where they just see what's directly in front of them and they can't get it. You know?
It's look, here's the deal. We're dealing with a bunch of people that are very much into the internet.
Mm-hmm.
They don't know how to read.
Yep.
They don't even know how to watch a TV show anymore.
True.
Obviously. And they want immediate gratification. It's like, as a woman, if I wanted immediate gratification, I would grab an electric boyfriend. You know.
Fair enough.
But that's what they want. It's like,
Wait, let me quote Firefly. Oh, I can't know that.
no, I'm saying.
I get you.
But that's what they. But it's like, I don't get it.
Yep.
No, this is a story that's opening up for you.
Yep.
It's like, right now, our maple trees have little tiny red things on their branches, and they're not buds. They will be buds, but that is and it's right now. It's way too warm for it should be here.
Yep.
But that doesn't mean they're going to open up and we're going to have fall, spring. It's still
Right.
December for an hour.
Yep.
And it's winter for 2.5 months. So, no,
Yep.
they want everything right away.
Yep.
And we live in a world that self-gratification
Mm-hmm.
is the thing, and they don't know how to read.
Yep.
They don't know how to watch a movie.
I'll go
They
even
don't know how to
further,
watch a
Stephanie.
TV show.
It's not just that they don't know how to read, they don't know how to watch. They don't know how to think. They don't know how to take that information and process it and draw conclusions. All they know is A, B, C. They don't see the other things that are off the peripheral that are
They
affecting
miss,
these
like
events.
when you have someone saying, well, Max Rebo, it's like Max Rebo in the EU left the sail barge before that shit went down.
Yeah.
Bib Fortuna left the shit before it went down.
And this is, everybody. I'm sorry. I don't mean to point the finger, but I know he doesn't listen to my show anyway. Tom over at Midnight's Edge, he's like, well, how did Bib Fortuna get off the ship? He did. That's all you need to know. We don't necessarily need a story to tell us exactly how it happened.
There was a
Yeah,
lot of
yeah,
there was a
yeah.
lot of chaos going on. A lot of people could have been jumping into the sand, running away.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, the moment Luke did the flip, they were like, shit.
A lot of them were like, oh shit. And look, it just speaks to, look at where Bib Fortuna ended up. He was on the throne, right? So damn well he stood by and watched Leia choke him out, and he said, I got to get back to the palace. I got to be the first one there.
He might have been gone by then. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, he was already on that. I mean, there was an extra sand skip there, and he took off.
Well, you saw in my video, I like to believe that it was the mini rig from Kenner that we never saw on screen. It was in the lower decks of the Katana, and he got in it and took off.
Well, it might have been. I mean, we don't know, and it doesn't matter.
It wouldn't be the first time that Favreau and Filoni have canonized something that was a toy and never seen on screen before. That troop transport, first season of Mandalorian, I was going, woohoo!
Yeah. Well, it's people don't. All right, you're right. They don't think. They don't ponder. They don't watch things for content.
Yep.
They want pretty things, and they want Boba Fett to be, I don't know, Captain America, or it's like, look, you know what? This guy just spent, I don't know, maybe a week out of it in the belly of something that was going to eat him alive, and got himself out and dug himself out through the sand. And what do you want?
Well, I thought of, what I thought of, especially as I was doing my video, I thought of Jack Nicholson as the Joker. He's got this great line. He's saying it in a joking way, but there's truth in it. He says, these scars and the chemicals and whatnot. He goes, you think that was easy to get over? Believe me, I tried. And I'm like, those kind of events really do have an impact on a person.
Well, here you go. See that?
Right. I've heard you talk about that. Yeah.
It makes you a different person. And
Yep.
when people are like, well, why does he want to be a crime lord? Did you see him?
Yep.
Through what? I mean, the peeled skin and
If you get a chance, Stephanie, tomorrow or later on, go back to my video. Skipper Kenner left a comment on the video that I thought was brilliant, and I hadn't thought of it myself. He draws a comparison between the Book of Boba Fett and Godfather 2.
yeah.
And I was like, I didn't make that connection. And knowing them, it probably was on their mind.
Well, when all right, I'm going to tell you something that's going to freak you out. The Trandoshan Strachey.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know who's in the costume?
No.
Robert Rodriguez.
Was he really? That's awesome.
That was him.
Honestly, I didn't recognize Jennifer Beal.
Yeah, I didn't.
Oh yeah, yeah. I
And
recognize.
he
Mhm.
did a really, really good job. I was shocked at how
Yep.
good he was at that Madam Fakey,
Yep.
you know.
And I had to wonder, was that like a now? First, I know that Jennifer Beal has worked with Robert Rodriguez before, so they tend to use the same people, so that made sense. But then I started thinking, Jennifer Beal playing a Twi'lek, are they doing a dancing girl kind of
Yeah.
nod there? Maybe.
No, they didn't. They were. She basically, that dress is great, by the way.
Oh yeah.
And if
Yeah,
I
it was.
was actually in shape anymore, I'd be like, I'm wearing
She's
that
like
dress.
what, 54?
Yeah,
She could
She's older
she could
than-
pass for her 30s. I'm telling you.
yeah. I mean, there's something to be said of having enough money to actually have people around you to help
Yeah.
you be youthful.
Yeah, somebody to set your diet for you and tell you when to work out. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's, what they have, and damn them.
Yeah, I know, right?
I would, damn, when I was 38, man.
You know what?
God.
I think this is a great pivot point, actually. Anyone on the panel? Let's start with you, Stephanie. Big, what do they call them at the beginning of the year? Plans for the year, the resolution. You got any big resolutions?
The only resolution I have is to basically be in the frame of body and frame of mind to be able to go to the con
Hmm.
in April in Nashville. That's it. I want
You're gonna do the metal bikini, aren't you?
What?
You're gonna do the metal bikini, aren't you?
God, me?
Hey, it's a resolution. Set your sights high.
Look. Here's the deal. Even if I was in that shape,
Mhm.
because of my age and maturity, I wouldn't do it.
Mm.
And
That's fair.
That is for people under the age of 30.
That's fair.
And I know there are women going, oh, if you've got it, flaunt it. It's like, not when, because
But
people
there's the
know.
maturity but just because I have it doesn't mean I have to flaunt it, you know?
Well, and there are times when less, you show shoulders and maybe cleavage and
Sure.
whatever. That's sexier.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, there are plenty of women in Hollywood through the ages that have done that. They were way sexier than here I am, and tape across the nipples, and that's about it. That's not cool.
Nope.
To me.
Well, class can be sexy, you know? In fact, I'd say it is sexy.
It is. And God, there's a book written by a woman named Barbara Taylor Bradford.
Mhm.
And I think she passed away recently. She was a fixture in New York, a friend of mine, who was a former Playboy bunny. Loved her. They were friends. And she wrote a book called A Woman of Substance. And it's about this girl who grew up very poor in Yorkshire,
Mhm.
who ended up going through a lot of bad stuff, but she ended up being one of the wealthiest women in the world. And back when you look at the story, there's a moment when it's in the mid-20s. She's wearing this gown, beaded gown,
Mhm.
and it's blues and aquas and greens, and it looks, when it shimmers, it's peacock blue. She's got this red russet hair and these green eyes. There's nothing showing other than her shoulders and this,
Mhm.
right? And she walks in to a room, and everybody there's like looking at her.
Yeah.
And why do you need anything more than that? If you've got a figure, flaunt it, but don't show it. There's a difference about wear black, wear a color that accentuates the curves, but don't just go, here I am.
Yeah.
You know, and that's what Jennifer Beals did.
Yep.
They did a really good job with that costume. And then I saw her tentacles twitching when Fett was saying whatever he was saying, and that was really cool.
Yeah.
Because when you get Twi'lek pissed off,
Yep.
her tentacles start.
And again, that is showing, you know, the creative team's understanding of the lore and using it. You know, there's a lot of that kind of stuff in there that is very exciting, and I'm getting sick and tired of hearing people talk about. That was the other thing, talking about, and I didn't even mention it in my video. Someone said something about fan service, and I'm like, or no, member berries is what it was.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you mean referencing the past of the character? Those are member berries? No. A member berry is when you throw something in that has nothing to do with the story, just to say, hey, see, we know some story. See what we did there? This is telling the story of Boba Fett. So for him to remember his childhood is necessary. It's appropriate. It's not just fan service, it's good storytelling.
I do want to. You were talking about member berries, and I was thinking that earlier tonight, and I was watching a show that does it right, Cobra Kai.
I haven't seen it yet.
I know. I'm not going to say anything.
Well, not that I'm concerned about
have-
spoilers, but other people on the stream might be.
But,
I got it all queued up though.
But they do the member berry thing. I mean, they're always referencing.
I did see a still of Johnny getting ready to do the crane. I thought that was kind of funny.
Yeah.
What were you saying, Stephanie?
I'm not a fan of that. I never was a fan
That's okay.
of that. And I always was like, okay. But what I am glad about is they're doing it right.
Yeah.
And it's really funny. A smaller franchise like that gets it.
Yep.
And,
Well, there was that article that Kamran and Script Doctor both referenced that talked about, or was it actually by the guys that wrote Cobra Kai talking about how to do it right or whatever? And it's like, all of the entertainment industry needs to pay attention to this. And I think that Jason Reitman did.
yeah, well, Jason Reitman also was doing that for his father.
Amen.
He grew up on that set.
Yep.
He's in Ghostbusters 2.
He is. I love that.
He's the one that looks at Dan Aykroyd and says, "My dad said blah blah blah." You know.
Which is, of course, so meta.
You know, I'm looking at him going, you know what? Back then I thought you were a brat. Now I think you're really, really cute. Gotta hate myself.
Yeah.
You know?
I love the story of he was doing some plotting for the scene with Gozer in Afterlife, and he was on the floor with, I don't remember who, maybe the graphic designer or something, with action figures and a play set or whatever, like plotting it out. And his father walks into the office and just sees him and says, "I'm out." And he turns and walks out.
I love that. I love that. But that's what Ivan and Harold Ramis and Dan Aykroyd created. That's what they did. I mean, they gave guys, you know, that looked when he was a little boy and teenagers, because I was 1984, I was 16. They gave us, I wanted to go on the floor and play with my nephew.
Mm-hmm.
He was that age.
Yeah.
Okay. And I couldn't. I would look stupid.
Yeah.
You know, it was, but I still had the Millennium Falcon in my room, in my bedroom with everything set up. It's just, you know, it really sucks when you get older, when you're a teenager and you're like 14 and you're like, I'm not allowed to do this anymore. You're not allowed to.
Yeah.
Because the world says you're too old to do this.
Yeah.
But okay, now we collect.
I'll tell you what. I love the line from Tom Baker's doctor who says, "Of course I'm being childish. What good is being an adult if you can't be childish once in a while?"
Well, I posted a bunch of pictures that were painted. I can't remember his name, the artist, but it's a bunch of it's little kids in the 70s and 80s pretending to be Luke, Han, and Leia, Vader.
Yeah.
You've seen those, right?
Sure.
Okay. And I posted, this is who we were then, and deep inside, this is who we still are.
Yep.
And if you don't love and do what you did back then, how can you still be happy?
Yep.
I
Real quick, let me say hi because I saw that Leia Plus Size just popped her head in. Sweetie, it's been so long. I've missed you so much. I'm so glad you're here. Happy New Year to you, too. And just a reminder to everyone else out there, Sir Torin, we'll get you in here talking. You just got to assert yourself a little bit. But anybody who wants to jump in, I've got posted at the top the StreamYard link if you want to join us in the studio. Go ahead, Big Al.
Yeah, you were talking about, being that kid playing as at heart, I am still that little kid going home from seeing Star Wars the first time when I was 12, looking up at the night sky, thinking, I wonder if there is a Death Star out there or something. I am at heart still that kid. I still have all my little Star Wars figures from when I was there. I've given away some of the ships just because of space.
Yeah.
But I don't get rid of that stuff because it's part of me.
Yeah.
And I don't care how old you are. Every now and then you gotta play with an action figure.
I'm telling you. Well, you've seen some of my videos. Netter got me, because I had gotten it as a kid, the Death Star playset, which I loved. But now I'm thinking about turning an old black bookshelf into a much bigger, much more detailed Death Star playset. That's just what I do.
I'm still collecting figures. They're actually coming out with a new Bib Fortuna, and I don't know if you guys have seen it. Hasbro is. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Is it the fatter new one?
Yeah. No, it's not fatter.
It's classic. Okay.
Yeah, see, here's the thing, Al. We really, really needed a new Return of the Jedi Bib Fortuna in the vintage line because the previous one just looked god awful, to be honest.
This one is cool, and there's a Leia showing up. A ceremonial metal ceremony Leia.
Mm-hmm.
And a friend of mine sent Mike Sidious. I don't know if you know who he is, but he was like, "Have you seen this?" And I'm like, I want that. I would love, because we're never gonna get, unless they do it right, after Return of the Jedi. We're never gonna get what happened after. And Luke, actually, there's if you guys watch Heir to the Empire, Darth Angelus, I think that's what his name is, he's animated Heir to the Empire. The first half is on YouTube right now, and it's really cool. I mean, it's an hour and a half, almost 2 hours long. Their first half of the book is narrated or animated, and
I've seen some of that. It's really good. It's really good.
We're never gonna get, unless Jon Favreau says, "Okay, we're gonna do this right. We're gonna do this whole thing." We're never gonna get that lead up to marriage and consummation and kids. We're never gonna get Luke But the way that Luke is dressed, he's dressed like Anakin in this. He's got the brown thing here, but he's wearing black. He's dressed like Anakin. It's really interesting what they chose for him to wear. And I'm like, this is good stuff. And what I love about it is that Disney has never said, you can't do that to him. He's doing what he's doing. It's the story. It's literally the story. The characters look a little bit different. But still, it's Han, Leia, Luke, Grand Admiral Thrawn,
Yep.
And George Sabao looks just about the way he should.
Real quick, I want to say hi to Trey from Max World Entertainment. Bro, it's been way, way, way too long. We've both been busy guys, and we've been missing each other. I did drop the link. If you are at all a Trek fan or have any passion for fan films, by all means, follow Trey from Max World Entertainment. He's good people, and he's got some great content. I'm a member on his YouTube channel. Great stuff. Hey, Netter.
Hi to the chat.
Netter has been away because she is spending the holidays. You got to spend the holidays the way you want, and she chose to spend the holidays.
Totally revamping the kitchen.
Yeah, she's doing a complete remodel on our kitchen, and what she's done so far looks great. Trey says hi. He says he loves us, and
Stephanie.
love you too.
Hi.
Big Al, Sir Tarn Gang,
Hello.
and anybody else that's in there that I've missed.
Yeah, you miss Boomer. He could only hang out for the first half hour, but
I gotta get back to my fab lawning, but I wanted to stop and say hi.
okay, bye.
Hello.
Love you.
Love you too. Bye.
Oh wait, would you be willing to get me another drink while you're here, just so I don't have to go off camera? but yeah. Again, Trey, if I like this one better. If you want, the link's pinned at the top if you want to come in and say hi. But I do understand he did say he can't stay long because he's a lightweight, and I think he's had a few drinks already, which is an awesome thing.
Well, it's what? It's 20 to 12.
Yeah, it's getting there. Almost.
God damn.
I forget
Sorry,
what.
say that better.
Yeah, no, you've had a few. I understand.
Well, Troy still has an hour and 20 minutes before the new year.
Yeah, well, before you came on, Al, I was saying I actually slept until the middle of the afternoon today, so I could be up and make it all the way to midnight. I'm gonna use up all my StreamYard hours in this stream.
Mad at me. He's
Yeah,
like, we should be in bed. We should have been in bed 2 hours ago.
Yeah, I was all intent about right after dinner. I was like, well, I'm going to watch the first half of Cobra Kai. And
you just watched it all the way through.
And I finished literally about 2 minutes before I got on here is when I finished it. And it's
so one thing I didn't mention in my video, Netter and I watched the first episode of Book of Boba Fett. We get to the end of it. She goes, so how many of these did you download? And I'm like, they've only dropped the first one. And she's like, aw. And I'm like, but that's a good thing, right? That means
I am of two minds. I love I call it hoovering.
Binging, yeah.
I like to say hoovering. I hoovered it. But yeah, I mean, sometimes it's nice to like, oh, it's Wednesday, time for the next Hawkeye or next Boba Fett or next whatever.
Yeah, I think you're right on that. I mean,
Trey says, all right, gonna lie on the couch for a minute and listen to this. I totally picture him lying there, and he's listening, and he's smiling, and then...
you're lucky I don't do that right now, and I got 20 minutes to go.
Well, that's why we keep you talking, so you don't fall asleep.
Well, I might just go. I gotta go, because...
I understand. You did tell your listeners that you were going to do the last few minutes on your channel, so you should.
Well, I probably will leave just to say, hey, we're here. I have nothing to drink right now. I mean, I could open up another bottle, but
It's New Year's. You're home.
I've had 2 of these. That's a bottle.
Good girl.
My husband doesn't drink that, and he's just upstairs. He's probably laying there going, "Just come upstairs and go to bed. This is not worth it."
Yeah.
And I don't know. I mean, he's right, but then I think, you know what? There are times when you got to appreciate things. You got to
Yeah.
look it straight in the eye, and I want to look right at Bob Iger and say, "Fuck you," because I'll tell you something. You want to look at the problems that Lucasfilm had. It's him. He could have told Kathleen Kennedy, "That guy's got to go. We
Yep.
can't do this. We're not doing this. This is bad." No. Instead, he said, "We don't want the lore, and I'm going to ignore the way the fans are treated. And then I'm going to be appalled by the way they reacted."
He fostered an environment that allowed a bunch of people to pretend like Disney was their personal slush fund.
Yeah.
And they're having fun and doing whatever the fuck they feel like.
Yeah.
And now it's time for the adults to walk back in and say, no, this is a business. We need to treat it as such.
Yeah, and it's just, I was going to go look on Pablo's Twitter tonight.
Yeah.
He doesn't follow Filoni or Favreau or Star Wars or Lucasfilm or Marvel
Right.
or
Oh, but I thought he was such a fan. I thought he was a big
Well,
fan of Star Wars.
He posted to somebody, "I don't follow things I'm interested in." After somebody said, "Filoni's really getting his ass kicked for," I can't remember what it was.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, fuck you. You wanted
Yep.
that job. You thought you could do that job better than he could.
Yeah.
And this is my vision of Pablo in 2008. Filoni's sitting there with George. Pablo says, "Well, we should do this." And George goes, "That's nice. That's nice." And Dave, well, blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? This is about petty jealousy. This is about career envy.
Yep. Real quick, let me welcome to the chat, Leia Plus Size Girl. It's been so long. I've missed you. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine, Troy, and everyone else on the panel.
Hi, Leia. How you doing?
Hello, Al.
Hi.
Hello, Stephanie.
I mean, and don't get me wrong. I mean, we've both been busy. You've had your streams, I've had mine, and it's just we haven't crossed paths in a while, and that's fine.
Oh no, that's fine. That's perfectly okay. I had a few moments, and I just want to stop in and say hello before the clock strikes 12. And yeah,
You
I've
are
been
so
busy.
sweet. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, I've been busy, but also I had some medical issues I had to deal with this year. However, I got a clean bill of health now, so
Oh, amen. Congrats.
Thank you.
Awesome.
But thank you very much, everybody. But the next part of this year is going to be now about getting back into my normal routine, and there's still a couple of treatments I'll have to have. But the good thing is some of the medical issues have been dealt with, so I'm happy about that.
Yeah. You've been listening to our chat about Boba Fett. What have you thought about it? Have you seen it?
Well, I have not seen it yet. I will probably see it sometime tomorrow or over the weekend. But if I may, my comment may not be the most popular, but at first I honestly wasn't excited about a Boba Fett show because Boba Fett was not really high on my list of favorite Star Wars characters.
That's fair.
Yeah, I gotta be honest. I don't mind. Thank you, Stephanie. I don't mind Boba Fett within a show, but mingling in.
But
with
being
other
the
things-
focus is not something that makes sense to you.
Right, exactly. So that's why I have not rushed to see it yet. I've been listening to everyone's different reviews. I listened to everybody's comments to see how they're taking.
Did you see my video?
Yes, I did.
Oh,
Yes, I did. I listened to every side. It was a good video. Like I said, I like to hear everyone's side of the
I did a
story.
video about my relationship with Boba Fett.
Mm-hmm.
So you might want to watch that because I hated him.
Yeah.
Well, you know what, Stephanie, you're not alone. I in the Empire Strikes Back, I hated him because you know, he helped return Han back to Jabba. And in Empire, I was traumatized as a child when I saw Empire because I thought Han was dead and gone.
Yeah.
So I'm sitting yeah.
When carbonite, hibernation, I was like, okay, there's a hope. And it just I'm gonna say this. If Han Solo had not returned intact to Star Wars, I wouldn't be a fan. I'm gonna say this, Luke Skywalker is about as exciting to me, even as a Jedi, because I think Mark Hamill as an empty bottle of champagne. Like,
man.
I mean, I can't. No.
No. I'm not disagreeing. Wow, that's brutal.
So no, I get you. I understand. I'm on.
No, I understand completely what you're saying. So in Empire, I always thought, like I said, Bob, everybody was, when I was a kid, and I think back to me being a little girl, how everybody in school and all the guys were thought, oh, Boba Fett's bad. I like that guy. I'm like, okay, what did he really do? And then like, guys, that's not who I came to see the Empire Strikes Back for. And like you said, I was angry because he helped take Han to Jabba. And at that time, I knew about carbon hibernation, but maybe that wasn't resonating in my brain. The only image I saw of him is just frozen in that carbonite. So as a child, I'm coming home. I'll never forget when we were driving home as a family and my dad was saying, oh, that was a really good movie. I really enjoyed it. That was great. And I'm sitting there in the car in tears. He looked back to me and said, what is the matter with you?
So I know I've shared this before, but I was a member of the Star Wars fan club. I got the Bantha Tracks magazine, and well, actually back then it was hardly a magazine. It was more of a gatefold newsletter. And I was just, how do they leave it like that? That's not right. And then something I read in Bantha Tracks said, yes, this is a cliffhanger. There is going to be a sequel. It's already planned. Keep in mind, this was long before the internet and we had this kind of information. Right, yeah. So I was like, oh, thank goodness. But it's going to be 3 years away. Oh my gosh, that's forever.
When you're a kid.
I felt the same way.
And I was 12.
Yeah.
Even now when I was 12, as a preteen, I'm like going, what? It was just...
I remember there was an interview that I saw with Harrison Ford right around that time. Maybe it was after Return of the Jedi had come out. And he's like, yeah, he goes, it's supposed to be like a couple of years later, and I'm supposed to have been, frozen, and I'm supposed to be the same age, but I'm older, and, well, I'm old. And I'm like, dude, looking back on that, I'm like, you were not old.
No, yeah, that's, goddamn, that guy's funny. Anyway.
Yeah. He is.
I gotta go because I gotta go live for about...
Yeah, you do. I will catch your stream tomorrow, but have a great one. Right. And Stephanie, thanks for hanging out with us. Thanks for watching my video. You are super encouraging. You've been incredibly encouraging this year, and I super appreciate that.
I want people who are smart and get ahead, because there are too many people who are emotional or callous and opportunistic, who don't care, who have a big voice and are hurting.
Yeah.
I think the way forward, because I do believe Doomcock when he says they're watching us.
I agree, and I wouldn't say that I'm what I feel that I lack in intelligence and insight. I'd like to try to make up for in humility, because I listen to you, I listen to Kamran, and I think about it and I hold on to that wisdom.
There's a there's a sense of first off reading capability,
Yep.
comprehension that we don't have.
Critical
anymore.
thinking.
And there are a bunch of people, and I'm not going to say who they are, but we know who we're talking.
You got way
about.
too much class.
And they know what it is.
Yep.
They and it's like, I don't care. I've been here for almost 5 years. I have only 1,900 subscribers. I have people who are doing the same thing I'm doing. Valiant Renegade, who now have 3,000, and I'm glad
Yep.
because I'm here to tell the truth. And you want to know what? I'm the friend who's going to tell you the truth. If you don't like it, the facts.
That's what a friend does, though.
Yeah, I'm here to tell you what's really going on. Anyway, I gotta go so I can say goodbye to 2021
Yep.
and say goodbye, Bobby Iger. Goodbye, fuck off, and go live on Mars or go live in Beijing where you want to. Anyway,
Take
so
care.
Good night, everybody. Leia,
Goodbye.
back to you.
Yes,
Love
that's
you
Have
all.
a very happy New Year.
Have a happy New Year, you guys.
You
And
too. You
I
do
will-
the same.
All right. Good night.
Happy New Year.
Take care.
All right,
So-
back in-
So, Sir Torin, we've kind of not heard from you in a while, but now's your chance. Jump in. What are your thoughts? What have you kept notes of things you wanted to comment on all this time?
No, not really. Honestly, I've not watched. I had heard about the whole Book of Boba Fett, but I don't know. It's just for the last couple of years, Star Wars has been something that's been sort of a thing I've kept track of, but I've not paid too close of attention to it. It's one of those things that it's kind of like me and my relationship with professional wrestling. I know just enough.
I was thinking the same thing. I was like, it sounds like the way I treat wrestling. I kind of know what's going on, but I don't watch it.
Just enough to know what's going on, but not enough to go, okay, this interests me. But knowing it's the same actor that played Jango Fett in the prequel trilogy, that actually does intrigue me because that guy's a decent actor.
I'm going to say this. I have one friend. Actually, he's my attorney, but he didn't care for. We all have our problems with the special editions and whatnot, but his big problem was Tamara Morrison voicing Boba Fett in the sequels, which, honestly makes sense. Of all of the things they did in the special edition, that one kind of makes the most sense. You've now decided that Boba Fett is a clone of this other character. He was played by this actor. It makes sense that he have the same voice. So of all the changes they've made, that's the one that made the most sense. He goes, yeah, but I'm so used to he's no good to me dead. That voice, it's not the same voice, and it was off-putting to him. But I'll be honest with you. Since the prequels and the Book of Boba Fett and the Mandalorian and everything, and really listening to his voice, I'm like, it's close enough, and I think he's got it. I'm okay with that as the voice of Boba Fett. I'm okay with that as the face of Boba Fett. In fact, in the comments on my video, I did say to somebody, I don't remember who it was, I had done a custom figure back when the prequels came out and they first cast Tamara Morrison as Jango Fett. I took a Jango Fett and did a head swap with a Boba Fett figure to do a, removable helmet Boba Fett just cause. And then, of course, Hasbro did one, so it kind of rendered all my efforts moot. But
I did want to ask Al. I know that you're a wrestling guy too. Have you checked out my rebookings on MeWe?
No, I really, honestly, only go to MeWe to get the link.
Okay.
For the rewatches, which
that's fair. Hold on a second, guys. I'm going to bring somebody into the chat. Big Al says he's a friend of yours.
Uh-oh.
Somebody I don't know. So we'll see. I might have to keep my finger on the dump button if it's not someone you know.
What's up, Big Al?
Hey, who is it?
What? I'm your bro. You don't remember me?
No.
Why not? We went to the same church.
You know, more. You know.
Well, okay. We both believe Jesus is God, correct?
Correct. As do millions of people.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Yeah. So we have that in common. And Troy, you agree? And Leah, you agree?
Amen. Yeah, with
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we're all brothers, and yeah, good. So we're all brothers and sisters in Christ.
Yep, that's fair.
Yeah.
Well, welcome to the stream. Glad you're here. Are you a fan of the Book of Boba Fett? Are you a fan of Star Wars?
Oh, I'm definitely a fan of Star Wars. Never read the book Boba Fett, but
No, not read. It's this new Disney Plus show that started streaming.
Okay. I was confused because you said book, or did you say book? Maybe I misheard that.
It's called the Book of Boba Fett, but it's not actually a book.
Okay.
I hadn't actually thought about that before. That's an interesting dichotomy.
Yeah. Okay. I get what you're saying. Okay, that's cool. Okay, I'll start. Might have to start watching that. Is it good?
It's absolutely good. At least I think it is. I definitely recommend it. You know,
It's good.
I did a video about it. Really, I don't know, guys. Tell me if you think I was a little heavy-handed with that video. I did kind of. I spent most of the video kind of addressing a bunch of trolls that kind of had pretty negative things to say about it. But I think my final point was I enjoyed it. It was good. I think it's a pretty good continuation of the story and whatnot. But you know,
Yeah,
Well, you know, I like.
see where it goes.
Yeah, like, you know, I personally, like, I know a lot of people didn't like the sequels, the Star Wars sequels. I loved them, so.
that's
know.
fair. You know, look, we've always said you're allowed to like what you like. What I try to do, and a lot of the people in my community try to do, is be intellectually honest with our analysis. There's things you like, there's things you don't like, and then there's an objective analysis. And I think there's a lot of things to say about the sequel trilogy when you look at it as part of a greater whole and say, from a narrative standpoint, there's some real problems here. You know,
I call it the Ouija shark rule.
well, that's pretty brutal. That is.
You can like something and know it's bad.
Well, okay, I see now. I see what you're saying, Al. That's actually an excellent point because I wouldn't keep bringing up Ouija Shark myself if there wasn't something about it that I liked. It was terrible, but kind of enjoyable.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, I blame and thank you, Al, for Nanette and I having watched that. It was.
I warned everybody. I was like, "This is a bad."
You
movie.
did. I've said that every time I brought it up. I said it's not like he recommended it. You know, if I didn't like it, it's not because he didn't warn me. I only have myself to blame. But anyway, but yeah, when going back to the sequel trilogies. You know, and I love the commentary by Kamran Pasha and Script Doctor and so forth. People that write for Hollywood that give commentaries that say, look, you know, if you're writing for an IP that has an established canon, there are certain narrative conventions you need to be mindful of. So when people make comments about things like the Holdo maneuver and the way that the death of Han Solo was dealt with and so forth.
45 seconds to New Year for this time zone.
Oh, I'm glad you brought that up, Al. I forgot. I'm Central Time Zone, so
Yeah.
you're right. You're gonna.
Yep, the ball is.
Let's do the countdown for our East Coast people.
Got 30 seconds.
Okay, so Al's at 30 seconds. Hey, guys, you guys are in the future, you people on the East Coast, so you guys are enjoying 2022 before we get there.
15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10,
10,
9,
9, 8,
7,
7, 6,
5,
5,
4,
4,
3,
3,
2,
2,
1.
1.
Happy
New Year, Big Al, and all of you guys on the East Coast. Congratulations. You made it to 2022.
Okay, I like that. Big Al's friend. Big Al's friend doesn't have a name?
You know what? We're just going to call him friend. And since he came in when we were talking about Boba Fett and Boba Fett's first introduction, he just called everybody friend. I'm good with that.
It's a year without Betty White. I don't know what I'm
Tyler. Okay, hi, Tyler. Good to meet you.
Hi, Tyler.
Yeah.
Normally I'm sitting in the chat too, but I'm revamping my kitchen.
That
so-
voice you're hearing, Tyler, is my wife, Netter. She's oftentimes my blue wrench and my friend, but she's here and she's doing what she loves. And my gosh, you're covered in paint.
Just a little.
Now
As long as you're having fun.
Now are we talking Orion Slave Girl or Twilight Canoe?
No, we're talking like she's been painting shelves and walls, and she's covered in drops and drabs. And no, we're not talking like
more like a Trill.
Yeah, right. More like a Trill and less like a Twi'lek, exactly. But anyway, you know what? Boomer is always on me about this, so I think I'll mention this. Guys, if you're not subscribed to my channel, please hit the subscribe button. I'd love to build my community if I could. I don't care about monetization, but I just enjoy hanging out with y'all. So by all means, please hit that subscribe button so that you know when. And of course, remember, I always go live on Fridays and drink heavily and hang out with y'all, so I super appreciate you being here.
Someone just got engaged in New York.
Yeah. So Tyler, tell us about yourself. You're kind of new to the group here.
I don't know. I just found the stream, so that's I don't know.
Wait. So no, wait. That's very interesting. How did you find the stream? Did it come up in your suggested or what happened?
Oh, I just clicked StreamYard and then filtered by live and found it.
No kidding. Oh, that's pretty cool. Well, great. Glad to have you here. Hope you're enjoying yourself.
I am.
So by all means, yeah, hit the subscribe button and hang out with us. We have fun every week.
I found already the best meme of the year. It is.
And
it is the scene from Lord of the Rings where Aragorn does the whole for Frodo in charge. It says for Betty, and they're going after 2022.
And you know what? Real quick, I am going to drop Big Al's.
I'm sure I'm sharing this.
If for no other reason, I'm not actually going to drop his channel stream. I am going to drop the link to his video tomorrow, where we will all get together and do a watch party for the Poseidon Adventure. So
72 Poseidon Adventures.
So by all means, come join us for that, and hit the like button and subscribe to Big Al, and give me a second, and I will get Leia plus size as well. And if I could learn to spell, there you go. Leia plus size.
Oh, thank you.
Well, Leia does spell her name a little different from our princess.
Yeah, but do you need me to spell it for you? You got it, Troy.
It's on your. It's on your.
Yeah. Oh, forgot.
I should really just pay attention, right? Give me a second
yeah, me
here.
Too. Duh.
L. Give me just a second here. I can't do more than one thing at a time. There we go. Leia plus size. There we go. And I'm still not finding you. So you know what I might just do, Leia, is put a comment in the chat real quick, and I'll give you a one of those wrenches.
Oh, okay.
And then you can just go ahead and drop the link. Bear with me, everyone. I'm juggling, 4 guests, and I've had more than a whole bunch of drinks. But and by the way, Mr. Matchstick, I'm sorry. It hasn't been my intention to ignore you. Let me go ahead, Mr. Matchstick. You can go ahead and drop your link too. I gave you a wrench as well. Mr. Matchstick has on Tuesday Culture Fortress. Mr. Matchstick, I'm sorry I haven't had a chance to respond to your DMs, but I will have a topic for you for Tuesday. I just got to figure out what that's going to be. I'll probably get that to you tomorrow after I sober up. Because wisdom. Let's see. So Sir Torin, how are you doing? You've been really quiet this stream, maybe because we've just kind of been talking over you, but what's going on? How's your year been? What are you thinking about Star Wars going forward, and anything else we haven't even talked about yet?
Well, yeah, my year was fine, comparatively to, I guess, other people's. But yeah, for the most part, 2021 was one of those years where I could take or leave. And hopefully this year will be a little more, I don't know what the right word is, but fruitful as far as entertainment. And hopefully, fingers crossed, a good friend of mine and I who have been working on a comic can actually finish the 6th script for the first book and start the crowdfunding.
Well, wow, that's great. By all means, keep us posted because we'll do everything we can to support you, and certainly want to follow that along.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
But you know what? I before Stephanie left, I was talking resolutions. Anyone else got some resolutions they want to share?
I usually don't make resolutions, to be perfectly honest.
I always do the same one: lose a little weight. I do want to finally get my power wheelchair. That would be a nice thing to get done this year.
Yeah, no, I get you. You know what? I instead of chatting, let me just go ahead and talk to Leia directly instead of typing. Go ahead, Leia, and make a comment in YouTube, just any comment, so I can give you a blue wrench, and then you can drop your link there.
Oh, okay. All right. No problem.
It's easier to just talk than chat than type. You know what I mean? And
is this the link? Is this the link for your rewatch? Because whose channel is doing the Poseidon Adventure watch?
It's Big Al's.
That's me.
Yeah.
As you can see, I've already got my Leslie Nielsen avatar ready to go. The ill-fated captain of the SS Poseidon.
Keep in mind,
I forgot he was in that.
Yep.
Yeah. Remember before he started doing comedy, he was a dramatic actor, and he did a lot of great stuff. What was it? Forbidden Planet. Oh, yeah. I mean, talk about versatile.
I still think it's interesting if you see the initial test screening, some of the screen tests for Ben-Hur. He was up for Masala, the villain.
Oh, did not know that.
Yeah, it's in some of the screen tests because before Charlton Heston was attached, there was some Italian actor that they wanted to have play it, and then Leslie Nielsen was Masala, and they showed the scene of them two when Masala and Judah Ben-Hur meet for the first time after years. Mm-hmm. And up Mars, down was it down Eros, up Mars, and that whole scene. So it's pretty interesting to see Leslie Nielsen play a bad guy.
Yeah, no, that's fair. And that's, I think, the most unfair thing is, I mean, we talk about typecasting all the time, but I mean, in our own minds, sometimes we tend to typecast people, and that's unfair because actors, their skill is acting, so they should be able to play the villain, the hero, the comic character, the serious character, whatever.
That's why I love great character actors.
Yes.
Ones where I appreciate the actor who I could not tell you what their name is.
Yep.
But I know them by their face and their performances.
You know who I think of when I think character actor that I highly admire? John C. Reilly.
Yep. John C. Reilly. Yep.
You know, the funny thing is about character actors. I'm one of those people that, because I'm so, I don't want to say thorough, but I have this kind of anal about this stuff. I learn who the actors are, so whenever somebody will ask the question, I can just turn and say who it is. It's a weird quirk of mine.
No, I'm sure that comes from your background in theater anyway.
Yeah. I think so.
Yeah, I mean, well, there are a lot of great. I mean, well, like some of the more famous ones. Whose name, like one of the first ones I think of is like Gary Oldman.
Yeah, and he really has played the gambit, right? From heroic characters, villain characters, all different accents. Yeah. Accents are a big part of the craft of being an actor. If you can't do accents, you need to go back and study your craft a little bit more.
I still think my favorite story about Gary Oldman was one I learned just recently. When Douglas Bradley was doing Hellraiser.
Yes.
He was doing there was a show. He'd gone to see, I think, a show in London, and Gary Oldman was in the cast. And Gary Oldman, listened to what he was doing, and he said, "Oh, I would love to be in a horror film." And 5 years later, what does he do? He does Bram Stoker's Dracula.
Yep.
And I found that out, and I went, "Oh, that is so cool."
No, you're absolutely right. So, Leia, do you have any New Year's resolutions you wanted to share?
Well, like a lot of people, like Al said, at this point, when you reach my age, you really don't make them as much. But if I did, I sort of think of goals. And one of my goals was, as I said earlier this year, my health took a hit this year, and I had to have some surgery.
Did. Yeah.
And that surgery kept me I couldn't do much because of it, because I couldn't be as mobile as I would like to be.
Right.
So now I think the only goal I have is to try to return to my independence and get mobile again. And
that's fair.
So I think getting my health back on track now that the problem has been eliminated, now to start getting back on track and get myself mobile and probably go back into my normal everyday routine. So I think
amen. We'll certainly be pulling for you on that.
Yeah, I could definitely sympathize with the not being able to get out and do stuff.
Absolutely.
Do you mind if I ask what was wrong? Or
I had a tumor the size of a watermelon on my leg, on my thigh. And this tumor, unfortunately, it's sort of intertwined with the leg muscles. So when it was removed, my leg muscles took a hit.
How long ago was this that it was first diagnosed?
Actually, it was diagnosed early of last year. It was around the holiday season. I noticed it myself.
About a year ago.
Yeah, about a year ago. But I had to wait a couple of months before a surgeon was available, probably because of the bug surge or the spell. So
that's something that everyone should keep in mind. This concept of what an elective surgery is. They put a moratorium on elective surgery because of the coof, but elective surgery doesn't mean nose jobs and tummy tucks. It means any surgery that is scheduled, and that could be life and death type surgeries too.
Exactly, I agree. They said this surgery was not a life-threatening surgery, so they could hold it for 6 months. But in those 6 months, I couldn't do anything because this tumor was so huge.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I couldn't do a lot of
what's
movement.
life threatening doesn't mean it's not life affecting. I mean, that's that's key.
Exactly. I totally agree. And it did affect my life. I couldn't do anything. I couldn't exercise or go out or do much.
And this has been my and I'm going to go off on a little tangent here, but my show, I can do that. And it really bothers me because we have these oligarchs that make these decisions that affect everybody, but everybody's an individual in their own individual circumstance. You're making a decision based on one virus affecting everybody instead of considering that other people have other health issues that need to be considered. And what you think is good for everybody might be a death sentence to some individuals,
Oh, yes, absolutely. I do agree because when they told me I had to wait, I was
Look
like,
at New York.
Great. Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely was. And then my mind was going, yeah, great. I told myself, great body. You just had to get this tumor right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not like you make a decision,
Yeah. But once I had to wait. I didn't have the surgery until the summer of last year because, like I said, they had to push me back.
Sure.
It was successful, but I still wasn't able to move much, and occasionally I still have to use a cane because of how it got they entwined with the leg muscles.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to walk like I
The
used
the reason I asked about the timing on that is because there's another YouTuber that I follow that recently had an identical, on her leg, intertwined with the muscles, a tumor that she had to go in for surgery for, and I'm like, what the heck's going on here?
Well, first of all, I'm blessed because when I was sitting in the hospital, the surgeon came to me and said, we still have to test it because we have to make sure it is not cancerous. And he scared me to death because he kept saying, yeah, it's a tumor, but I'm not sure what it is. And I said, well, what are you saying?
So what was it biopsied? What did they say?
Well, after he had to biopsy it, and I was scared at first because it took so many days, and the way he was talking, I was like, well, what are you trying to tell me?
Yeah.
And I don't know. So I had to sit.
That unknown will get you, man.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, it did. It did. I was still in the so I had to stay in the hospital longer than was planned, and that scared me too. They said, well, you got to stay in a little longer because I said, well, do you know what it is? That I don't know. And it's going to take a couple of days. And I said, and that just got me. I'm like,
have you gotten an answer since?
Yes. After like almost a week in the hospital, they came back and said it was, thank God, not cancerous. It was a non-cancerous tumor.
And an anvil lifted off her chest.
Yes.
Well, okay, so that says something because the YouTuber I was talking about, hers did turn out to be, malignant, and unfortunately, it's not the kind that responds to radiation. So they had to go in and do the surgery and just remove as much as they can and kind of cross their fingers and hope,
Right.
Because I don't know if I've ever told you guys the story of the issue I had the first time when I was losing all the feeling and everything, and I had to have the neck surgery.
Yes, yeah, you had mentioned that, yeah.
Yeah, I had seen a doctor on a Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
On a Friday, he gives me a call, which I'm not able to get because I couldn't get to the phone because I couldn't move. So I had to wait till Monday to finally get a hold of him. And I called the office like, oh, well, he scheduled you for surgery on Wednesday, 2 days.
Wow.
I had to think about it. And I asked, well, was it serious? He said, well, he set aside 12 hours.
Wow.
And it actually took 14. But I think that actually for me,
for you it went by like that.
It helped. It really helped that I didn't have a lot of time to worry about it.
Yeah.
And you're right. You go to sleep and then you wake up. And I don't remember any dreaming or anything. It was like, boop, and then boop. And the thing is, I could not clench my left fist at all before the surgery I had, because I had stenosis, like super bad in the neck.
Sure.
I didn't find out until after the surgery that I was 6 months from death, because it would have shut everything down below.
Wow.
But when I woke up and I had like the tube and everything, and the first thing I did was clench my fist, and I was able to do it. That's
a good sign, right?
Yeah, but then later I had the same issue in the mid back, and that just my spinal cord had just been through so much. Oof. That it just started to atrophy, and that's where I'm at now. I have no power, and it's like that frayed power cord that you plug it in and the light wants to flicker, but it never gets bright. And that's kind of like what my spinal cord's like. I get something, but I don't get full.
No, no, I get that. Wow.
Yeah, but yeah, like I said, I got lucky that I just had I had 2 days to think about it, and I was in there. Whereas, I can imagine what it would have been like just to have to wait there for almost a week to figure out if something was cancerous or not.
Yeah, I can only imagine. I would go to Tyler and ask if he had any resolutions he wanted to share, but I think he stepped away for a little bit. That's okay.
Oh, I'm still here.
Okay. Anything you wanted to share about like plans for the new year, or resolutions, or thoughts on the past year?
Well, I think I'm just gonna try to get straight A's this coming semester.
That's great. What grade are you in?
Well, I'm in college. I'm a junior.
What's your major?
Computer science.
Awesome. That's great. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, no, we certainly wish you the best on that. And that that's not a bad it's not a bad resolution. I think that's probably where I was at that age. That's what I wanted to do. So good on you, mate. I'm glad to hear it. Wish you absolutely all the best.
Yeah.
You don't have to answer if you want to, keep some anonymity, but where are you going to school?
Oh, yeah, I don't mind. University of Memphis.
Cool. Well, that's great. And it sounds like you're in you're definitely in
he is walking in Memphis.
There you go. You're definitely in an industry, or going into an industry that has a great deal of promise. We've talked a couple times on the channel, and I've talked with my friends about my experience with college, and what post high school education is like, and I see so many people going on and on about their education and how difficult it is after they get out of school. And, well, what was your major? And then they say, some liberal arts. And it's like, and what were you planning to do with that?
Yeah.
What financial plans did you have? I dig that you want to learn, but honestly, if you're gonna go into philosophy or gender studies or underwater basket weaving, that's something you do if you have the money because you're idle riche and you have the, disposable income and you are just curious. But if you want to earn a living, you go into something that's going to make you money.
Yep, exactly. That's why I chose this major.
Obviously, I'm not saying, you definitely want to do what you enjoy, but you want to find what you enjoy. That's also going to make you money.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly.
What's the old saying? If you do what you love, if you earn a living doing what you love, you never work a day in your life.
Yeah.
There you go. God bless, and I really do hope the best for you. You said what, your junior year?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're well on your way. You're looking at a couple more years before your first degree. That's awesome. Boy, I remember those days. But good on you. Maybe and do you have some vision about what you want to do with that? Are you going to go into like, I don't know, you're going to go into military development, or you're going to go into game development, or working in the corporate sector?
Yeah, probably like in IT.
Okay, so kind of in a corporate-y type area. That's fine. That's great. Actually, I got some really good friends that are in IT, and once a week we get together and we talk about their personal struggles. I joke with them. I'm like, "Oh, so your whole day is taking calls and saying, 'Have you turned it off and on?'" And he goes, "You wouldn't believe how many times we actually have to do that, and that actually is the answer. I got a degree for that." I'm like, dude, I get it,
Troy, I'm gonna head on out. I'm starting to feel the
dude, you're already in the future. You're already in next year, so that's.
I tell you, and you know what? The scores I could give you about the things that have happened. Now,
well, you know what?
The year already sucks. It's terrible. Go back. Get in a car and drive as fast as you can west.
Dude, it's only been a half hour.
Avoid it as long as you can.
Well, we'll catch up more tomorrow night over on your channel, Poseidon Adventure. Absolutely looking forward to it.
Rest in peace, Betty White. Love you, always in my heart.
You were the first person I thought, and I appreciate that you've been with me, almost 2 hours here, and you didn't blame me for her death.
I have been thinking about it, though, and it was the first thing I thought.
I knew it. As soon as I heard she died, I'm like, oh, God, Al's going to blame me because it's my fault.
You thought last week was her birthday? No, she didn't make it.
So, yeah, just so the rest of the chat knows, about a week ago, I tagged Big Al in a what was it, tweet or something I did, and I'm like, happy birthday, and he's like, no, it's January, not December. I'm like, oh, darn, I hope I didn't just jinx her. And then when I heard she died today, I'm like, oh my God, I did jinx her.
So it's Troy's fault.
It's my fault. I'm sorry.
White has left.
No, actually, to be honest with you, the second thought that I had when I heard she passed was because someone had made a comment like she couldn't make it to 2022. And I'm like, actually, she probably was like, you know what? After this past year, I don't want to go into 22. Fuck this shit. I'm out.
2021 had one last little finger to throw up at us. So, but yeah, everyone has a wonderful new year. Those who have had it and those who have yet to get it. And yeah, see you tomorrow night on Big Al Presents.
See you in about 20 hours. Take care.
Okay, man. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Have a good evening.
Night, Al.
Thank you.
Man, that's really cool. Yeah. So, if you don't mind, I'm going to focus on you, Leia, because I know that I don't know how long we have you for, but what have you been up to this year? I've kind of seen, I haven't been able to jump in and watch all of your streams, you and Wolfie and so forth, but you want to share with the stream, and I'll drop your link again.
Okay, well, like I said, because of the illness I had, I couldn't do as much as I would like, but I did enjoy being in the Wolf Squadron stream. We had a lot of fun in his streams, and I've been there a lot. If anybody drops by Wolfton Commander stream, will know that I was in there for quite a few of the streams that he had, and those were lots of fun, talking about pop culture and the effects of pop culture that you're aware of, Troy, because sometimes I know you're with Geeky Geezers. Is it still Geeky Geezers on Sunday? Is it still?
Yes. Okay. Yes, it is.
I caught some of those, so those have been fun. And it was an honor to be in the professor's stream that he had this year. He had these series of streams where he had guests come and talk about their favorite heroes, whether it was literature or film. And it was quite an honor to be one of his guests in that stream. And I talked about I think the 5 heroes that you talked about that so influenced you, and I think my heroes I mentioned were Luke Skywalker, Richard Donner's Superman, or Christopher Reeve's Superman, still my favorite Superman, the Captain America, and my last one was Belle from Beauty and the Beast, the animated Beauty and the Beast, not the live action one.
Yeah.
So those were fun to do. So despite the issues I was going with, I still had a lot of fun connecting with other people. And one thing I wanted to bring up, if you don't mind, if I bring up for a second, because Troy, you and I are about around the same age range, but all
right around, yeah,
right around the same age. Some of the other younglings might get this, but since I've been around, I was able. Do you remember back in the day? You know, after the Incredible Hulk went off the air for Bill Bixby. I'm going to talk a little Marvel stuff for a minute. He did some movies, a couple of movies for television with that character, with Dr. Banner and the Hulk for television.
Yeah, the made for TVs. I got those all on DVD. Mm-hmm.
Do you have the Trial of the Incredible Hulk?
Yes, I do. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so great. You know what it is. I was watching it the other day because I hadn't seen it in a long time, because when I was a kid, I watched all of those movies. And that one came around the time I was in high school. And the reason I went back to watch it, I know Tubi, the streaming service Tubi, was running it, so I was checking it out. And I was checking out because I know recently there's been the talk of Daredevil coming back into into the MCU, which which I'm very happy about, because I like that character, so I'm glad that somehow that he's being worked in. And I sat back and I watched it, and I don't know if you remember do you remember the plot of that movie, Troy, right now, or
not the details? I do remember that Matt Murdock defended David Banner, and the villain was Kingpin, played by John Rhys Davies.
Yes, exactly. I remember too. Well, the thing is, you know, I was watching that the other day. I think that movie still holds up. I think it still holds up. Now, some may not like the effects, maybe be, of course, dated. But what I remember now about it, looking back on it, is that I actually thought that was a pretty good film for the time period that they had. Because we know back then they just didn't have the technology they had now to do the special effects, or maybe the backing like they have now from studios.
Yeah.
But I was watching that because I've not liked any of the Marvel Disney Plus shows. I haven't liked any MCU Plus show at all. I think they've been just, I don't, again, if anybody out there like them, I don't hate you, but to me personally, none of those shows were good. I think they tore down the heroes more than built them up.
Wait, which shows? The Netflix shows?
No, the Disney Plus shows that came out there, WandaVision.
Oh, yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, I didn't like anything. None of them. I felt they destroyed more than built up.
Yep.
And the reason I say I think the Trial of the Incredible holds up, because my favorite moments or my favorite parts of that is the interaction between Dr. Banner and Matt. And those were my favorites, and how Dr. Banner and Matt, I think, if I get into details, Dr. Banner at this point forgot. He's encouraged by what he sees in Matt Murdock.
Yeah,
Matt Murdock is able to take the disability that he had and use it to try to work for good. And how at this moment Dr. Banner's in a low point where he feels he's basically at a low point, you know. But once he gets to know Matt and understand that they're brothers, they say that they're brothers in a way, you know. He lost his sight to the toxic that took his eyesight away, and of course we know Dr. Banner and the gamma rays.
Yep.
And I said, to me, that's the best part of this. I think that still holds up to this day. And I said, that's what they should be doing. I said, MCU, that's what they should be doing. That's what people need.
And that's the interesting thing, because that's the kind of thing that, and keep in mind, who started the MCU? It was not Kevin Feige. It was Jon Favreau. Yeah. And Jon Favreau had this idea of this kind of interweaving of these characters in the appropriate way. And then when you hear that there had been a plan in the Spider-Man movie to have not only Matt Murdock, but also have, I'm drawing a blank, Banner's cousin. What's her name?
The She-Hulk. I forgot her name. I did too.
Who?
Jennifer Walters.
Jennifer Walters, thank you. Jennifer Walters was going to be representing, I think, I don't know who she, but there was going to be, and all that stuff was even filmed and dropped because they didn't know how. And it's like, you know what? I don't care how things are reading in the social media. I don't care what the ratings were of whatever show or whatever. Thank you, Wolfie. But if you've got a plan, you've got to seed that stuff, because I'm seeing too much of this. I actually, what Favreau did was he seeded a bunch of things that never even came to fruition, because he's like, let's get the seed there, and then we can germinate it if we so choose. Whereas Feige is going, let's see. I'm not sure. I don't want to. And it's like, you know what? This is the same problem Warner Brothers had for years, where they didn't want their peas and carrots to touch. And we're doing really good with Batman. We don't want to, cross over with this. And we're doing real good with Smallville, so we don't want to, do anything with these other characters. It's like, you own all these characters. Build a universe. The whole idea that was behind what Favreau did was, so you didn't like that Thor movie? That's okay. We got a Hulk movie coming out. You didn't like Hulk? That's okay. We've already talked about this Captain America coming up, And it's, it's kind of a steamroller kind of thing, a snowball going downhill that builds up to something, But unfortunately, Kevin Feige doesn't have the kind of finesse, vision, storytelling ability to be able to pull that kind of a thing off. Sorry, just took a big tangent on you, but I think that kind of ties into exactly what you were talking about there.
Oh, no, it's not a tangent, because I do agree with you. Favreau is the vision and the creativity, but Feige just he just knows how to move the chess pieces, but to bring it together. But Favreau is more the creative brain. I do agree with you. Behind 100% in the concept of the MCU. I absolutely agree with that, and it's okay to have the tangent, because, like I said, if even though that film was made like in the late 80s, I still, to me, I like what I liked. I tell people it's the core relationship, it's the core story between Matt and Dr. Banner that sucks me in, and I think it still holds up to this day. I forgot the name of the actor who plays Matt Murdock, but he's not a bad Matt Murdock in that.
No, he wasn't bad at all. Yeah,
because at the time that I watched it, I really didn't know that much about Matt Murdock or Daredevil. I didn't. I said, well, I'll get used to him. But he did a good job portraying him. But I said I liked the connection of the two characters and how they connected. And I watching it, and the dialogue. I like the way the dialogue. There's a scene where Matt tells his story of how he came to be. Dr. Banner doesn't exactly tell his story, but but I like let me back up. I do like when he meets Dr. Banner in jail, and he knows Dr. Banner's lying. Of course, we know why Matt knows how he's lying, because he can tell by the heartbeat, the heartbeat,
right,
when he consents when you're lying. So he knows he's got something else. And I like how it's not 2 hours and 50 minutes before Matt Murdock figures it out. He sits in the jail cell and already knows that there's something that's not right about, why you're hiding, or you have no friends, you have no family. Why is it you don't want any help? And he wants to keep working with him. So when they finally do meet and they talk, and it's not boring. I actually like that connection, because I think you have to build that first before you get to the action stuff, or get to
you don't care about the action stuff if you don't care about the characters. I dropped a link just now to it's a fan-made trailer for an Avengers 78, and it takes footage from the various Hulk movies, and I don't actually remember what all. They find something to reference Iron Man, and they had Paul Lynn as Loki, and it's really quite humorous. But I mean, Leia, you and I, we definitely chewed some of the same ground growing up. And as a kid, I mean, I was a huge fan of the comics and the cartoons. And when I saw these things becoming live action, I was fired up. Now, they may not be all that good, you know, they may not, you know, stand up, you know, as well. Mm-hmm. They're kind of dated. But the Nicholas Hammond Spider-Man and the Matt Sallender Captain America, I mean, those were who I imagined when I was playing with my Mego action figures, you know?
I don't even interrupt, but Nicholas Hammond Spider-Man, I watched that religiously every night that was on. I watched that constantly. I have to even remind my nephew there was some Spider-Man stuff way before you have it now. And the other Captain America movie, I watched that as well. Corny as it may be now, but back in the day,
I can hear in my mind's ear. I can still hear the theme song for those. The Spider-Man was the and I remember Captain America do 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 do. I remember those tunes. Those, and of course, you know, the Lonely Man theme from the Hulk.
Oh yeah, yes. I said after the movie ended, I'm like, here goes that music again.
I know, and you just felt so mellow and kind of sad. It was, you know, as a kid, you're so sad that the episode that you were watching is over anyway, and then it's like, oh, he had a chance to be happy, but he's not going to be happy, and he's got to move on. You know,
he's got to move on, and then there goes that music. I'm like, oh, here they go playing that.
And that's why I loved the that Incredible Hulk movie with what's his name, Ed Norton. Because they even sampled that music at one point, and they show him, you know, hitchhiking, and it's like, oh my gosh, you know.
I mean, I think my favorite part about that one, and that's one that a lot of people don't really remember from the MCU, is the Hulk movie. But I think my favorite moment in that whole movie is, and I remember I was sitting in the theater with my best friend. Mm-hmm. It's the moment where he looks down, he goes, Betty, Hulk smash!
Yeah.
I cleared my seat when he did that. Like, I was up on my feet screaming, yes! And my friend had to grab me by the back of the shirt and pull me down.
Yeah.
Yeah, you weren't alone. The theater I was in, everybody was like that too. Everybody was like that too in the Stephen. No, the thing that got me was, I forgot there's always a post-credit scene. I was actually, after the credits, I was getting ready to leave. I said, oh, well, that's the end of that. Then my friend was with me, said, no, you got to stay. I said, stay for what? I said, there's going to be a post-credit scene. I'm like, why? What is it going to show? Is it going to show him what? And then, of course, we know that Tony showed up at the end. I thought it was going to be something sad, or the music would play again. I said, no, I don't want it to end like the TV show. Like, no, I don't want that. But, I just enjoyed this movie. Don't. He said, no, you got to stay. You got to stay and look at the. Okay.
Guys, we have a special guest. Oh. I'm bringing him in right now. Ow! Hey, Wolfie.
I don't want to cut in on Leia plus size here, but I know, Troy, you're big on me not singing, but I need to serenade for a special occasion.
Go for it.
Grant me that. Now,
you're going to sing off key, but go ahead.
I appreciate your constructive criticism there, Troy.
Go for it.
But thank you for being a friend.
Travel down the road and back again.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was
going to try and help you. No, your heart is true. You're a pal and a confidant. If it's a car that you lack, I'll gladly buy you a Cadillac. Whatever you need, won't you stand up and take a bow? And if you threw a party, invited everyone you knew, you would see the biggest gift would be from me, and the card attached would say, thank you for being a friend.
Now you remember the whole thing. I only saw what my little child brain can only pick out through that lyric. So,
and you know what? That's a great one, especially because we're remembering Betty White tonight, right? I mean, that was the Golden Girls. Real quick, I want to not only welcome Wolfie, but let's welcome Artificer Joni. My gosh, what time is it there? It's got to be like the wee hours of the morning for you, my friend.
Oh yeah, it's almost 7:45 in the morning.
Oh my! Oh, so you may have already just gotten up.
Oh, I actually had trouble sleeping. I woke up like 2 in the morning.
Oh God, that's brutal, man. I know how that is. Let me tell you. So how you doing, my friend?
Right now I have a bit of a flu, so if my voice sounds a bit different,
a lot of people struggling with their health right now. It's something's, you know. I mean, I think it's because of, you know, the crazy plans our governments have put in place to try and combat one thing is causing a lot of other things to affect us. I think, you know,
that's the truth,
right?
On top of pretty much denying me the new job for now until they can clear up my exemption.
Oh, did they?
Yeah. I mean,
yeah, there's a lot of that, guys. I'm just gonna say, and you know, Artificer Joni, I don't know what the situation is like where you're at, but for the rest of us here, just remember when you go to the ballot booth, make your decision based on what you've been through the past couple of years. Just saying.
I'm planning to.
But yeah, so Wolfie, since you jumped in here, you know you got to pay your dues. What's your New Year's resolution?
I'm trying to make a profit on my art come this next year. Gonna be
That's good, sure.
Once now it's been getting attention, people are asking me for commissions. I'm also what's the phrase? Considering making merch, starting with stickers, and maybe some prints and what have you. I should have done this years ago when I was like early 20s. But you know what? No time like tomorrow, right?
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, that's. What were you gonna say?
Oh, I mean, I'm just gonna say it's never too late to live your dreams, Commander. Never too late.
Absolutely true.
To you guys, I mean, we got art to do for you guys. Like I already did the Pacellis.
You did, and I super appreciate that. That's some great work.
I'm still waiting on my Pacelli's critique.
Yeah. Well, you notice she hasn't even been in the stream all day today. She's a busy person. I mean, when she says she's a homemaker, she means it literally. You know. So Artificer Joe. Oh yeah.
Whether she says or not, that you know, if she sees it, she sees it. But if she doesn't say anything, that's okay. I already heard from you, Troy. I'm pretty sure she'll love it anyways.
Oh, she did. I mean, I guess she must have thought that I conveyed it, but I'll make sure she shares the love with you. Artificer Joni, any thoughts on the new year? Any resolutions you have? Any thoughts on the past year?
Well, I genuinely hope that the next year will be better. A couple of my friends are they are a bit black-pilled, but I
understandably, I get it.
Yeah, but I maintain that one should always have some hope for the future.
Yeah,
and always try to build on something. And on a related note, I've started writing down during the last year. I've written down notes for I hope it will be a book or RPG setting one day. It's only 19 or so pages right now, but it's great to be able to do something creative again.
I know exactly that feeling. Sometimes, even if you never get around to publishing or sharing it, just doing it for yourself is worthwhile.
Indeed. It has really helped with my mood when when I have something idea, oh, that's a banger. I need to write it down, which is really annoying if you're at work and you don't have your notebook with you and you have to like do all sorts of other stuff.
I'll tell you another one. For those of you that are creative, you may have a similar situation and thought that you were the only one. Get a great idea while you're taking a shower. It's real hard to write in the shower.
Most of my best ideas come from the shower.
You know, there's a reason for that. I don't know the details, but it has to do with, just the tones of the water, striking, and you just get into these like alpha waves or whatever that are brought on.
I heard from the news years ago that it's a brain stimulant.
Yep, that's exactly it. So it's actually more common. I actually not only would it, feel creative and come up with ideas while in the shower. When I used to mow the lawn, would be another time that I'd get a lot of great ideas. You're not doing anything that you're focused on, but you kind of zone and that's good stuff. Yep. But this is a creative group, so this is actually a great place for this conversation.
Sorry, Artificer.
Another time I tend to have good ideas is when I go bicycling or do otherwise like exercise.
Yep. You get the blood flowing, stimulates the brain. You're absolutely right. That's great stuff. So I would say that the challenge for a lot of y'all is when you are in a circumstance like that where you really can't, you're exercising, you're mowing the lawn, you're taking a shower, but these are the times you have great ideas. Keep a notebook nearby so that as you get out of the shower and dry off, or you go to, you turn off the mower to go dump the grass or whatever, you can write that idea down. Don't forget it. They also say, I've never had this, but maybe it'll help you guys. If you're in bed and sleeping and you have a dream that is a great idea, keep a notebook next to the bed so you can write it down, because otherwise you go back to sleep, you'll forget it. Real quick, I want to say Happy New Year and welcome to It's Courtney Fellowship of Oddballs. You know what? I'll even bring up her comment. I'm just hopping around. May your new year be blessed with health and happiness, TTFN. Gosh, it's been so great hanging out with you this year, Courtney. Jumping into your streams, heckling you a little bit on the games and whatnot. And whenever I see you jump into my stream, it's so encouraging. I am so hoping you have a wonderful new year and that we see a lot more of each other, in the streams and whatnot this year. Of course, you're welcome as anyone else. The link is up at the top, but if you're just jumping around, you're not going to hang around. I understand that too. That's perfectly fine.
I want to point out that Leia's moments field, it's outranking all the others.
Well, that's because, let's face it, dude, she's better looking than you. No, I'm actually not. I'm not even joking. We had for the past month or so, me and Maria from T and Telly had like kind of a competition or whatever to see who could get to 400 followers before the other. And I said, you know what? In all fairness, you're going to beat me just because you're better looking than I am. And sure enough, she 400 and I just got like 10 or 11 more subscriptions. I'm like, see, I told you, it's just the way it is. So Courtney, what Wolfie was saying is that Leia plus size, Wolfie put together a stream of, the highlights of, her being on his stream and whatnot, and it's outpacing everything else on his channel. And I said, well, it's just because she's better looking than you are.
I did for at least like three of our members, and she's the highest in views. She's a 16.
I see what you're saying. Well, yeah. Well, she's the standout star on the channel, I think. No offense,
and
I'm just saying.
Because hers is the longest.
I am not knocking you down, Wolfie. I'm lifting her up.
Exactly.
Well,
as it should be.
Yes, I will. I give thanks to Commander for allowing me to be a part of his crew and his channel. So, if Commander, you have to take some of that credit as well. I'm surprised I didn't think I was that
I had to
interesting.
cut some
I
of
didn't
that
think I
stuff down
was.
because it was been over an hour.
You know, I'm going to say between the fact that you're just beautiful, but you've also got this voice that goes with it. You've got just this beautiful voice, and I think that's another thing that a lot of YouTubers don't really take into account. That sometimes, a lot of people just watch YouTube videos just to listen. They're not watching the video; they're just listening. So, you know, how you sound is very important. And Leia, you got a great voice for. We used to call it a great voice for radio, but you got a great voice for, you know, YouTube or whatever you're doing. So I think that brings something to it too. You know.
Oh, well, thank you, Troy. I'm flattered. I'm humbled. Thank you for that. It's
Absolutely.
I think God. I think I'm not bragging. I think God maybe just blessed me with this because whoever I met ever in my life have always said the same thing. Even told my mom, says your daughter has this beautiful voice. Whoever all the people I ran into or ever met me in my life, my voice is the first thing they remember.
Yep.
I always felt like Ariel from The Little Mermaid because Ariel is known for having
For her voice, yeah.
For her voice, and that's what everybody always says.
Yeah. I think a big part of it, and I don't think enough people take this into consideration, but your voice is a direct reflection of the inner you. You know, I think that you convey in your voice your character, your humility, your wisdom, your compassion. All of these things come through in your voice. And I think that it's like, you know, Mom always said, and I've learned through maturity that, and just from interacting with people, you know, they say that beauty is only skin deep, but true beauty goes to your character. I've known a lot of people that were very attractive on the outside, and as I got to know them, they were a lot less attractive to me, if you know what I'm saying. And by the same token, you know, there's women that I dated before I met Nanette who a lot of people were like, why are you with her? She's not all that. I'm like, you don't know her. You know, she's more attractive to me because of, you know, this, that, and the other. And so I think all of these things with maturity, people realize, wow, you know, and I think we were even, as we were talking about different actors that we liked, you know, when you start talking about their characters, it's like, you know, I admire that person because of their character, but this other person, I don't even want to see their movies because of their character, you know?
Troy, I often wonder how Nanette roped you in.
I don't know. I think it's the other way around. She must have been drunk and blind, and I said, "Say I do quick before you get your eyesight back."
I was like, "Look, she either got him through cooking, or serenading, or just being there."
Yeah, that's it's funny because I did do all those things when we were dating,
and sparkles was all around her.
Yeah. There was one time she came home from work. I was in her apartment dressed as the Phantom of the Opera, and I had the thing set to come on as she came in, and I had dinner all laid out, and you know the overture starts from Phantom of the Opera, and I came in from the I was waiting out on the patio, and she was like, "Wow!" I'm like, "Hey, you know."
Very impressed.
She was impressed.
She's just going
Pacelli.
She was just going to ignore the fact the Phantom is a stalker and a murderer.
Well, yeah. I mean, in fairness, it was, you know, we had just recently gone to see the Phantom together.
Yeah, no, I get it. I'm just messing.
You know, but you're not wrong. I mean, if you really dig into it, the Phantom of the Opera is a villain character, you know.
Speaking of, I remember me and Greenie, as Green Line Girl 07, we had did the Phantom of the Opera. I'm pretty sure you guys were there for it, and it was the part with the face reveal. and I quoted Rorschach, "No, my face! Give me back my face!"
Right?
Oh,
Every single time he showed his face, I would shout that.
did I tell you guys the story about my
Opening this?
If you want, yeah.
when I saw the 1920
We got 2 minutes,
the lawn? Sorry, Nanette.
No, that's okay. Go ahead.
I saw the one of the things around where I live, they did this, and I don't know if they do it anymore, but there was this organist who would go around and he would play the scores from silent films.
Oh, nice.
And so one of the he showed up in my town, and so I went to go see it, and it was Phantom of the Opera. Now this guy's father was 6 years old when the film came out, and he went to go see the movie. And the scene where Mary Philbin pulls the mask off of Lon Chaney, and you see the face, he said, "Well, needless to say, my father, he left a present in that seat. He peed his pants when he saw it." And I went, we all cracked up, and I went, "Wow."
That is funny.
Of course, he also made fun of Mary Philbin because she's the most ineffectual heroine in all of horror films. And I went,
True.
And I watched that movie, and I went, "Yeah, he's not wrong."
Okay. I'm on to the good stuff. Pouring the champagne.
I was about to say, like, this ain't gonna be one of those episodes of what happened on that Van Helsing rewatch that we
No, I've been pacing myself. Where are we at on time?
It's 10 on my
It
end.
says 11:59, but I don't know.
Well, you know what? Everybody's got a different time. I'm just going to start a 10-second countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and Happy New Year!
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Should old acquaintance be forgotten, something other else? Da 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 dee 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 for old Lang Syne.
I pretty much
That
finished
rewatch
my
is
whole
sitting
project
on-
with like 2 minutes to spare.
You are awesome.
Oh,
Are you? You did all the Favlon and all of that?
Yeah.
I can't wait to see it. Yeah, for those of you that joined later, Netter's been all week really, but all day today working on remodeling the kitchen. And when I say she's a homemaker, she really is. But
Oh, pish posh. It was just a little bit of paint and Fablon, some new hardware.
yeah, well,
5 days.
I know what went.
hours.
I know what into it. I know how much you put into it, and it does look pretty damn awesome.
Let's shine a spotlight on Leia real quick, because the moment you talked about her and talked about her participation in my streams, I'm like, a few? You sound that a bit short there, Leia. Been on my you're not a guest.
Hello,
You're a member of my crew.
lady.
Hello, Netter. How are you?
I'm awesome. Honey, I am backstage.
Yeah, I know. Do you want me to bring you in? I mean,
Yeah, I've got
are you
my
muted?
avatar.
Are you muted? Okay.
I will be.
Well, no, she's very busy. Oh, busy. I was going to say, I know that kitchen's going to look fabulous, Troy. I know you got
Oh,
trust in her.
it
That
does.
she is. I totally believe her. I know you trusted Troy that she's going to do a fantastic job.
Keep an eye on her channel. She's done all of this on the bathroom, so she's going to be putting up videos of the work she's done on the bathroom, and then eventually she'll get around to editing together the footage of what she did in the kitchen. So you'll get to see it.
And the kitchen's going to be a lot easier to edit.
Well-
It's like I've got basically 5 or 6 different steps.
There's
in the bathroom.
I'm
trying to edit it. It's just taking.
I'm
time.
learning a lot from editing. The more I edit, the more I learn. And I mean, as proud as I am of that most recent video, the Boba Fett one, I know the editing sucks. I mean, someone even mentioned it. Someone even mentioned in the comments, and I'm like, I know, I really kind of used the editing because I didn't want to have to, refilm. I spent literally all evening recording and editing that video, and someone said, "Are you going to do a review of every episode of the Book of Boba Fett?" And I'm like, I don't think so. That just takes way too much time. I just can't.
There. Now people can hear me.
Absolutely. Let's put the mic.
Not
So
that I
it's
got a lot
little
to
bit-
say at the moment, but
Yeah. Oh, you know what? I'm feeling a little bit silly and a little bit non sequitur, and I'm going to share with you guys what Netter just gave me today. I don't know if this is going to come in or if you can see this, but
That is
this
Christopher Reeve. It looked like.
very good. Oh, Wolfie, you could tell that is Christopher. Oh, I'm turning it the wrong way. That's Christopher Reeve as Clark Kent. I already have Christopher Reeve as Superman. Most people don't notice this detail, but his hair is different. It's parted on the opposite side when he's Superman, and it's a little bit more wavy. And of course, it's got the spit curl. And as Clark, it's parted the other way, and it's all smooth. And those are going to be custom Mego figures because, as far as I know, there has been no rights obtained to do the likeness of Christopher Reeve, even though they've done just about every Superman costume there's been. But whatever, I'll just do it myself.
I have to say, hi, Wolfie.
There you
Hi,
go.
Marpacelli. Glad you're here. What did you think about your avatar that I created?
The Klingon art that he did,
Oh, I love that. That is awesome.
he was hurt because he didn't hear from you directly. And I said, well, I guess she thought that I had passed it along. He said, I want to hear from her directly.
Yes, I loved it. It's awesome. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I wanted to do a better job at it. I know I did the first one, but I was like, I know I can punch this up.
I'm going to
a bit.
embarrass her. She said, hey, he gave me boobs. I'm like, there
I
you
bet
go.
that was. I wonder if that was the first thing that came out of Marpacelli's mouth was the fact that I made her look voluptuous.
Yeah.
It was nice having cleavage for a change.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, when I think of Klingon cleric and a chieftain queen, I think of a Klingon cleric and a chieftain queen. So I'm like, okay, so let me see. All right, I see your cosplays. I'm like, let's see what I can do to put that into comic book form. So I went ahead and gave her fuller lips, a nice hourglass figure, a Boxum set, and excuse me.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
I caught your reaction, so I was like, let me know if I'm overstepping. Stop me if I'm overstepping. I do want to respect you as a husband and her as a wife, you know. But what I was saying was, I was taking a moment to look up Klingon armor too. So I was like, I didn't think I did the armor right the last. I was like, maybe I should do it properly this time. So I looked up Worf from Deep Space Nine and saw this little thing that screams cleric. For Marpacelli's avatar Key 2, I was like, she has to be beautiful, striking, powerful, fearsome. Like you would want to go to war with this one and fall in love, but also keep your distance. Sharp as a
Don't
dagger.
tick me off.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
That's exactly how I put it in. Like I hope you guys felt that energy as I put it in. That's why I had to.
I got it.
Had to set it up. But other than that, I'll stop bragging about my. You know, like I said, Leia again. Going back to Leia, she's been a valuable member of our group. You know, I've been trying to give her space so that she can heal up and come back another time. We'll be picking it back up around January. We'll be talking about the Man in Black trilogy -1. -1. Yeah, I know what I'm talking about.
So
But
how have you been, lovely lady Miss Leia?
Oh yeah, hi. Well, thank you, Commander. I have a lot of fun with you, Gib. I'm glad that you welcomed me into your group or into the group. I had a lot of fun. And I look forward to when you start it back up again. So I'm patient with you. I was just telling Troy and the other groups that now that I'm out of the woods, as far as medical wise, I'm going into my process of healing and trying to get back into my routine. So whenever you're ready, you just send me the call. I will be able to show up. You just let me know whenever you're ready.
There you go. And, you know, on the heels of that, one of the things I'm planning on doing, and Sir Torin actually doesn't realize this, but he helped inspire it, and Netter too. I've been thinking that what I want to do is on a semi-regular basis have a special guest, in as a co-host and just promote their channel. So, I'll be tapping each one of you guys and, anyone else that wants to, just because I've really been inspired by PJ from Orville Nation. His Twitter handle is We Grow Together. And I like that idea. And he's always, he sees somebody, he does basically what we do, sees somebody in the chat and says, oh, here's their channel. Make sure you subscribe. They have good content. They do this, that, and the other. And I've kind of picked up and run with that too. But I think what I'd really like to do is like have you guys, Wolfie, Leia Plus Size, Artificer Joni, if you're interested, and Sir Torin, if you're thinking about starting a channel with content, love to have you guys on, talk about the things you want to talk about, the things you guys want to do on your channels, and so forth.
We still got to do that Bane off.
Oh, we do. We do.
Oh, yeah.
And did I hear you say earlier when I was upstairs that Orville Nation, not Orville, yeah,
Trey.
Orville Nation was here, or Trey was here?
Trey from Max World Entertainment. Yeah, he was here briefly, and I said hi.
I miss Trey.
I'm sorry, sweetie. You missed Boomer. You missed a lot of stuff that was going on, but that's okay because you're here 99.9% of the time. I think that's perfectly acceptable. But
it was Trey.
I know, and that's what he said too. He's like, I miss you guys. I love you, and he's the kind that when he says I love you, it's not because he's drunk. It's because he always does say that kind of stuff. But anyway, yeah, Artificer Joni, is there anything that you're doing that you'd like to, real quick right now, talk about, share? Anything on your channel that's coming up? Anything like that?
Well, I've had this idea of starting up a VTuber persona, although that would be more over on Twitch. And I've been thinking of basically stealing some of your ideas and maybe having guests over there as well.
Yeah. It's not an original idea. I just said that.
Now I've completely forgotten where I was going.
No. You were saying that you want to do some shows and have other people on with you and build the community. Like I was saying, yeah, it would be great.
Yeah, and I'm thinking starting first on Twitch because I've heard that it's easier to grow there first and then have your content re-uploaded on YouTube. Because you can get away with more content over on
I've heard
Twitch.
that, especially from like Osborne or whatever, I forget his name, but he does a lot of gaming, and he got shut down for a while on YouTube, so he just spent all his time on Twitch, and then when he got back on YouTube, he started uploading stuff to YouTube. But I thought, is Twitch more of a gamer kind of thing?
Oh, yeah, it started off as a gaming site, more or less. Although that was before my time. I only last year started using it as regularly as I'm usually only in the chat. But yeah.
Gotcha. But yeah, no, absolutely. I think this is going to be a good year for the YouTube community. I don't know how good a year it's going to be outside of that, but we'll see. We'll certainly be doing our best, I suppose. But I'll tell you, of all the social, or as I say, socialist medias that I've been a part of, YouTube has been a lot of fun. When Nanette, okay, you're going to think I'm going off on a tangent, but just bear with me. I'm kind of going all around the world, and I'll get back to where we're at here. When Nanette and I were first dating, we used to go to karaoke a lot. And I always felt like karaoke was kind of living out my fantasy of being a rock star or a performer or whatever, and kind of in a small scale. And now that we're doing this YouTube thing, it's kind of the same thing for me. I feel like I'm a commentator, a talk show host, whatever, and I don't care whether I'm, I have 1,000 people following me and I can be monetized, or if I just have 300, and just a handful of people actually follow me on a regular basis and we just kind of hang out. Isn't that what a chat show really is? So, that's kind of what I'm looking forward to more, on my channels in the new year. But yeah, so.
Matt Inouye said you can stream other things on there too, but a lot of people just play games.
Yeah, that's kind of what I've been seeing, that most of the people that I, watch on Twitch or whatever are playing games, and that's great, because honestly, I love to watch people play games. There are some games that I'm interested in, but I don't want to invest in and actually play myself. There's one gal on YouTube. Unfortunately, she hasn't been doing it for a while, but she was doing, what was that? Sub-Zero is the sequel. The original game was Subnautica. That's what it was.
Oh, the girl who kept going, eek, eek, there's a big thing.
Yeah. She's got some phobias she's working through too. But the game is Subnautica, and it's like, man, that looks really cool, but I really don't want to invest in it. But you know what? She's playing through it, so I'll just watch her do it.
And what's the other one she did with, the cubes? The friend cubes.
Oh, Portal. She was doing Portal. Yeah, and I wasn't able to. I don't think I'd be able to.
The patience do.
I don't think I would have the patience to do Portal, but it was a lot of fun to watch her do it. But yeah, so.
Puzzle games, mine's with, aren't they?
What's really fun is when you're watching someone play a game and just the comments they're making while they're playing, like, oh, I could go do that. Oh, look at this thing. I found a shiny.
I'll be honest with you, Matt Inouye. Things are pretty restrictive before you get monetized, too. My Klingon Cleric channel got hit with a warning for something I posted. I'm like, fuck this. I just don't care. And then when I erased the content, they were like, well, you've erased it, so you can't contest. I'm like, fuck it. I don't care. I don't want to contest it. I don't give a shit. Because
I said when I stayed by my decision on not getting the shot, they kept.
Yeah, look, I'll tell you what. Okay, now you're making me get on the political thing, but for crying out loud, you gotta live with the decisions you make, and they're really trying to push the whole you can't work if you don't get the shot, and you can't go out in public if you don't get the shot, and you can't live as a human being if you don't get the shot. You know what? If I get the shot, I may not be able to fucking live. Mm-hmm. Fuck you. I got to make the decision that's right for me. Real quick.
I'm not alone in it either.
No, I know. In fact, I'm finding more and more the majority of America is like that. And I think we're going to see a big red wave in this country come the next election day. Changing subjects a little bit, and Artificer Joni, if you don't want to, this is a personal question, so you certainly are under no obligation to answer. But I think from things you've shared and comments you've made on other channels and whatnot, you have some religious conviction, do you not?
Actually, I'm. You could say I'm undecided, but I always try to look into every option. You could say I read the Bible, I read the Tripitaka, the Vedas. I try to read all of the holy books mankind has written.
Did you grow up in?
Well, our family has been pretty much non-religious for 3 generations.
Oh, okay.
But but it's always been more of a passive thing.
Sure,
Like
sure.
it's not been a matter of hard conviction, more of a how do I say this?
Sort of an agnostic kind of a thing.
Oh yeah.
That's fair. Let me explain. I know this seems like it's very out in left field, but because we had that chap on earlier who clearly had some religious conviction, I don't have a problem with it. This did not bother me at all. But I thought, it was a worthwhile conversation to have. I know we have the whole gambit here. I know Netter has the faith of a child. I know Wolfie is more on the non-believing side, and that's fine. Everybody has their own life experience, their own philosophy, and but I just thought. I thought I remembered you saying something somewhere, Artificer Joni, about a certain degree of faith, and I just was curious. And I figured as long as you were here and we were chatting, I wanted to ask you about that.
Oh yeah, sure. Could it have been when I was talking about Finnish mythology and folklore?
Maybe that's what it was. Because clearly you are better versed in that than I am, and it is an area I'm very interested in. I've been following. There's one YouTuber, I don't know if you've heard of him before. John Solo. He does analysis of folklore and fairy tales and so forth, and what the origins are of them. And he's done a lot of talking about some Finnish and Norse mythology and so forth. Didn't know if you'd followed any of that.
I haven't heard of this person before, but there is a Irish fellow who does videos on Finnish mythology, Irish in Finland.
Oh,
he's pretty good. Maybe a bit pandering to neo-pagans every now and then, but he does pretty much apolitical tellings of the old stories, and
sure.
Tries to look into them. And he also has started making some Irish mythology videos recently, so that's nice.
Yeah, no, Go Team Ghost Planet was saying that she subs to John Solo. And what I love is, I dig into this kind of stuff too, but sometimes it's nice when you find a YouTuber that does the work for you, right? There's a lot of research that goes into some of this stuff, and the lore and the legends you hear about, and he did a great one on the Norse mythology, obviously in reference to or around the time that Thor and Loki and all that was happening, and he did some videos because it was timely, but it's interesting because I haven't read the source material and so forth, but he did, and he dug into it, and sometimes there's a very sparse information, and you kind of have to fill in the blanks yourself, but and there is the fact that you have these superheroes, you have these whatever that reference these old legends, which is great, but they're nothing like faithful to it. So you almost wish that someone would go out and do a movie based on as close as they could to these original legends, right? That would be an interesting story.
Yeah,
that's the kind of stuff that Disney used to do back in the day. I don't know why they don't.
There should be an animated movie about the Norse myth, the Viking gods, Valhalla. I can't remember the authors of the comic books, but there's this series of comic books that basically are retellings of the Norse myths, and
It's
at one
very
point they made a
difficult.
movie.
It's very difficult to be a fan of the Klingons and not make reference to Valhalla and all of that mythology, because they definitely draw on that. This whole idea of an afterlife where you fight on in some universal war for all of eternity, for glory and honor and so forth. There's something to be said for that. Stovokor, exactly. Chicha.
Which does lead me to wonder if Dean Koontz is a fan of Star Trek. Because one of the points in the last Odd Thomas book, there's something similar to that happens.
Netter's a big fan of the Odd Thomas books.
Yeah.
I love Odd Thomas.
Yep.
As do I. As do I.
I honestly.
Is the new one out?
What?
Is
No.
the new one out?
No. The Saint Odd was supposed to be the last one.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
But
yeah, no, I've never read these books, although there was a movie that we watched, wasn't there?
Yeah.
Love that movie.
That wasn't really true to the book, though.
Yeah, and they usually never are.
yeah. Well, the funny thing is that Koontz actually really enjoyed it, because I remember I think the penultimate book of the series, he actually dedicated it to the director.
Nice. There's my favorite Dean Koontz book. I'd be interested to hear if any of you have ever read it. It's a book called Lightning. Have you ever
No,
seen that book?
I've not.
I started reading Dean Koontz because of that book. Troy told me about it,
I
had to
drew a
start
comparison between Dean Koontz and Stephen King and decided that Dean Koontz was the superior author. The story of Lightning, it's a time travel story. And honestly, at first you think the time traveler's from the future. Then you find out he's actually from the past. And he's from Germany in the 1930s. Very, very interesting story. I'm not going to say too much about it, but I definitely recommend you check it out. The reason it's called Lightning is because there's always a lightning storm at the location and the time location when somebody, jaunts in, from another time zone. It's very, very interesting. And part of me wishes they'd do a movie of it, and another part of me is like, no, you don't want that. They would screw it up. For those of you that were following me back when I was doing the year of time travel movies and movie rewatches, Time Traveler's Wife. Great book. Mediocre film. Not a bad film, but you're missing out on a lot if you don't read the book. But my whole point for the whole year was looking at good time travel films that take the time, no pun intended, to plot it out. If you're normally when you tell a story, you tell it in a linear progression from beginning to end. When you tell a time travel story, you necessarily have to tell it all out of order. And you must, to tell a good time travel story, think it through. You must know where you're going, where you're starting, and all the middle needs to make sense. And some of the best time travel stories are a little complex, may require multiple viewings, but always stand up to strict scrutiny. Bad time travel stories break their own conventions. I'm looking at you, Marvel Cinematic Universe.
I was about to bring that up.
Thank you. Exactly.
It's one of the reasons why I only own Infinity War and not Endgame.
Yes, Endgame is a perfect example.
Among other
Time travel
things.
done bad.
Like
I
I
mean,
would have overlooked the other things if the time travel if they would have applied the time travel rules to it. I'm like, why is Nebula not disappearing after she kills herself?
Because
I'll
that's
tell
not-
you. Oh, go ahead.
Well, because
Sue
that's
Torn.
not how time travel works. It's specifically if they're using, and what I remember of Endgame is they're playing by Dragon Ball Z rules. Trunks from the future could slice off past Trunks' head; he wouldn't disappear.
Right. So
Yeah.
there's two mutually exclusive ideas to time travel. Either time is self-contained. If you go back in time, you cannot change the past. You may try, but you will fail, and whatever you do, creates the history you remember because it was you've entered a time that was predestined. It's already happened. The other option 2, is the whole multiverse concept where you can change history, but all you've done is you've entered an alternate timeline because there are infinite, universes, infinite timelines.
They did that with Days of Future Past.
And both are valid. In fact, both have corollaries in actual quantum physics. But as a storyteller, you must decide what story you are telling and stick to it. You can't have it both ways. Either you can change the future or you can't. And that is why I do feel even the movie of The Time Traveler's Wife is good because it does stick to that principle. I feel there's a lot missing from it. I feel that it didn't do as good a job as it could have translating the book into a movie, but ultimately it stands up as a narrative because it sticks to you cannot change the past. And once you know what's going to happen, doesn't matter, you can't change it. And I'm not spoiling anything because it's part of the whole plot. The time traveler knows he's going to die and has to live with the idea of knowing that's coming up. It's nothing he can change. It's gonna happen. And he just lives with it. And his wife, who is living a linear time, you're seeing it from her point of view, has to accept that too. And it's kind of sad. And it's a really, really good story. You know what? I will give one spoiler because it is kind of beautiful and it's worth seeing in the movie or reading in the book. They do end up having a daughter, which is highly in question throughout the story because they have difficulty. But the daughter ends up being much better at the whole time travel or dealing with the whole time travel thing than her father was. And she is able to travel back in time and visit with her father, who she otherwise never would have met. And it's really a sweet story. And the way it's done, even in the movie, even as imperfect as the movie is, I'm not saying people shouldn't see the movie. It's still a pretty good movie. But if you like the movie, definitely read the book. Definitely worth seeing. But that's some good writing. Someone who understood the medium she was working in, the story she was trying to tell, and the character development. You can't help but love these characters and feel for them. Kind of a bittersweet kind of story. It's really worth the read. Those of you that are looking for romance, it's definitely there. The sci-fi element is definitely there, and the drama. So, this hour of the Friday Night Last Call brought to you by, The Time Traveler's Wife. Read it. It's definitely worth it.
Yeah. Before anything happens, I gotta drop out.
That's
gotta be
fair.
at
I'm
work in the
probably
morning.
going to be winding it down myself, but Sir Torin, thank you so much for being here. Yeah. Thank you so much for being here all year. You've been a great co-host on many streams with me, and I've super appreciated it. I've super appreciated being able to share with you the love of theater, especially musical theater, and not to mention, the DC EU and rethinking it. And I just invited somebody off of Twitter. He posted.
Hold on.
Is that? That's your game. He posted a thread where he was like, "Can you?" It was a picture of Brandon Routh in a Superman costume. It was obviously a photo edit. He's like, "In a different universe, this is the Superman we deserve." And I'm like, "Funny you should mention that. Let me tell you about this group that I have." And he's like, "Hey, I'll check it out." So
Yeah.
we might have someone else joining us in the very near future. But
Good
anyway.
stuff.
Speaking of Superman. Oh, I don't want to cut into.
Well, no, real quick.
Torin.
Let's let Sir Torin wind down so he can get out of here.
Yeah, I don't want to cut into his winding down.
All right. Well, it was lovely spending the evening with you guys, and hope we can do it again sometime.
We absolutely will in the new year. Thanks so much for being here with us, Sir Torin.
You're welcome.
Salud.
Yeah. Good night, everyone.
Take care.
Good night.
Wolfie, you were saying?
I was saying, speaking of Superman, did you ever check out that DC write of how it would have written the DCEU Superman?
Not sure. Help me out.
I clipped one of our streams, the Fantasy Studio Office stream, where Leia talked about how she written DCEU Wonder Woman, how I would have written DCEU Superman, how we would have constructed the DCEU ourselves instead of just doing a rewrite.
Yeah.
Storm, our outlines, basically.
I think, I can distill down what I think the biggest problem with all of these shared universes are. I will point to Jon Favreau's time with the MCU as the positive example. Everything else is pretty much the negative example. You need somebody, one person, who has a vision, who looks at the source material and plots out a long arc. On a smaller scale, I will point to Babylon 5 and J. Michael Straczynski. He planned out 5 seasons. He had a story arc idea. He dealt very well with issues that came up along the way where he had to make changes because of actors dropping out and having to replace them, and how he was going to deal with those character arcs. So you've got to have that kind of flexibility and creativity, but you need to first have that vision. And I've said this all along. I don't care if it's Marvel, DC, whatever it is, there's source material out there. Look at that source material and decide what you want to draw from. Now, I will say this to the credit of Zack Snyder. He picked some good source material, but in criticism to Zack Snyder, he didn't think through how that source material fits together, right? He didn't think narratively. He thought of it visually. He's a visual storyteller. He's not a critical storyteller. He doesn't think through what it takes to develop the character.
That's Superman.
Right. What has to go first? Look, we've mentioned this several times on different topics throughout the stream. There is, you have to care about the character before you care about what they're doing, right? I don't care about the action, the fight scene, the battle, until I care about who that character is and who it is. That goes for villains too. I need to understand the villain's motivation, in order to understand it.
You want to hear my cliff notes of it?
Please.
So I'm pretty sure, Leigh, you can recall how I did it, right?
Yeah, I remember that conversation. Yeah.
So the plan was no origin stories. We're going to have what we established was either a 5-year work period. So we have Superman established as already Superman. We foregoing the origin story. We just going with who's he fighting that day. Which my villain was Ultra Humanite, which was his very first super villain.
Very interesting. Going back to the Golden Age. Great.
Yep. The next plan was to establish a human conduit, and that was introducing Jimmy Olsen into the Daily Planet. What we were going to do for our whole little MCU team up thing was to establish supervillains, the B class supervillains, to be our Task Force X. We were building up to Task Force X, which was going to be our Suicide Squad thing. Sure. So each and every one of us had to establish our B hero, our B villain that's going to be Task Force X, not the main villain.
Yeah.
So for mine, it was going to be Mishamala.
Interesting.
And Brain. And those were being established by Ultra Humanite by that point. And that's how it would have been a way to establish how he got to be ape-man-ish.
Yeah.
Because his was experimenting on apes.
I assume you read the the Crisis on Infinite Earths and the stories around that?
Bits and pieces.
Okay. There was... Well, you remember what Earth 3 was, right? Earth 3 was what post-Crisis became Earth 2. It was it was like a mirror universe to the DC universe, okay? So instead of a Justice League, you had an Injustice League, okay? So instead of Superman, instead of Superman, you had an evil Ultraman. And instead of Wonder Woman, you had an evil Wonder Woman.
Superwoman.
Or Superwoman, yeah. You had, instead of Batman, you had this evil Owlman and so forth. Okay. So, and the only hero was Lex Luthor in an Iron Man type suit fighting the good fight, so to speak. And he was always destined to lose. And they didn't have a big role in the Crisis on Infinite Earths, but when the antimatter wave was destroying their universe, the villains, Ultraman and all of them, teamed up with Lex Luthor and were doing the best they could to save. It was ultimately doomed, but they did the best they could to try to save their world. And someone said to them, "Why are you doing this? You're villains." And they said, the Ultraman said something to the effect of, well, we have to live here too. We want to survive, so we have a common goal. And I thought that was very interesting. And it kind of spoke to all the times going back where heroes and villains have had to team up against some greater, destructive force. It's like, look, good or evil, selfish or, whatever, we want to survive this. Let's team up, we'll deal with this, and then we can go back to our own petty fight,
Well, it's interesting. Sorry, what was interesting,
no, go ahead.
Our DCU setup, we weren't going to establish the Justice League. We were actually establishing the Trinity.
Oh, interesting.
I was doing I was doing Superman. Brian Gilmore, another member of ours, was doing Batman. Leia did Wonder Woman, whereas the rest of us did Red Tornado, and Magan or Miss Martian. And then
Red Tornado is a character that I think has not been exploited well enough. Red Tornado is a character that, honestly, I think the characterization was done best in a completely non-DC storyline, and that's all the development that we saw for Data in Star Trek The Next Generation. This idea of an artificial intelligence that gains sentience, that is trying to do its best to be heroic. You know, and interestingly, a lot of people forget this, but Red Tornado was created by a villain character. T.O. Morrow was a bad guy, kind of a mad scientist type character. And it's kind of like a reverse Frankenstein, right? Where the creation turns against his creator, but instead of turning against his creator and becoming a monster, he's turning against a villainous character to become heroic, you know? That's a storyline I think is very compelling, that I think would make for great film fodder that nobody is jumping on. They really should be, I think. Just my
yeah. I later clipped the first Fantasy Studio office that we did of the Marvel Phase 4 while we were on our kick of tearing down the Phase 4 that came out this year. It just felt miserably safe for one.
Mm-hmm.
I peeked at some of those movies and I'm like, this is what they're pushing out nowadays. So I did Captain America. Leia did X-Men. This is before Brian even joined us. One of our own did Fantastic Four, and the other did what did Trooper did Leia?
Did he really do one? I think he more or less. I can't quite remember, but I think he was trying to get us to find a story that could.
I'm looking it up right now.
Bring their all to bring. I think he was trying to find a story that was cohesive enough, or to why all these characters need to be together. So he's kind of. If I'm wrong, I could be wrong about that. I can't quite remember.
But he was doing some little series.
Yeah. If I can.
No, he was doing the Asgardians of Galaxy. He was doing something with Thor.
Okay, yeah,
Fair.
yeah, you're right. Yeah, he was handling that portion.
If I can offer one little white pill to kind of give everybody a little bit of hope for the future. From listening to, for example, Kamran Pasha and Script Doctor and other people that are either immediately writing in Hollywood or have contacts within Hollywood, I can say this. In all of our franchises that we love, whether it's DC, Marvel, Star Trek, Star Wars, whatever, there are writers that understand what's wrong, what needs to be done to make it right, and are usually not in the political position to do so. Okay? And I have heard this a lot from the Star Trek side. Over on the Star Trek side, there are writers who are going, this is fucking bullshit, and this is not going to sell. Nobody likes this. This doesn't follow the lore. What the fuck do you want? Okay, fine. I'll do the story you tell me to do because it's my job. You know? But there will come a time, and I'm seeing it happening right now in Lucasfilm, when companies decide they want to make money, they're going to jettison the people in charge that are not making money, that are making bad decisions. Look, the money makers don't know or understand or care about lore and legacy and any storytelling elements. All they know is, you're not making me money. Go away, you're fired. Okay? And they bring in people like Jon Favreau. Don't know what you're doing, don't know why it's working, but what you're doing works. I'm putting you in charge. For us, the fans, that's a net positive. That's a good thing. So, for all the people out there that are like, well, Disney's just all about making money. Good! You should be happy about that. Because what makes money and what you want go hand in hand. You may not realize it, but it's true. So my white pill for 2022 is that what
Support capitalism.
I see. Yeah. What is the line from Wolf of Wall Street? Greed, for lack of a better term, is good. It brings about it is a natural force that brings about the things we want. We pay money for the things we want. You want money? You'll give me what I want.
Coffee is for closers.
Coffee is for closers. No, you're not wrong about that. That's actually a great point. Not to bring up Mr. Hates guns but kills somebody with a gun, but that's another story altogether. Ultimately, I do think, and I've been saying this all along, and I've been poo-pooed and jettisoned from other YouTubers' streams because of this opinion, because I happen to have hope. I happen to want to white pill people. I look forward to a better future, and I don't piss on everything and think everything is bleak and we're all going to die in horror. Unfortunately, that opinion isn't popular with some people, but my personal opinion is ultimately, just like Darwinism, just like weather, just like evolution, there are natural things that you cannot stand against. Klingons say the wind does not respect a fool. Okay? I don't care what you believe. I don't care what you want. There is a reality you must deal with. And capitalism and, what people want will ultimately win out. So we've seen the rise of SJW bullshit in Hollywood, but get woke, go broke. It's not just a catchy catchphrase. It bears itself out over and over and over again. And we're seeing it play out in real time, and Disney has acknowledged that by getting rid of certain people, bringing in the moneymakers, and we are all the better for it. Artificer Joni, you wanted to make a comment?
Yes. I've been following various people, blogs, whatever, and there's usually cultural shifts usually happen in 10 or so years, and wokeism started maybe like 2004-ish, or that's about when it started like really getting steam. So
yeah,
and if they overplay their hands, that time might shorten. So it's still gonna be a while, but wokeism is gonna be on the out within this decade, hopefully.
Well, from your lips to God's ears, whether you believe in God or not, out to the universe, out to whomever hears us, whatever. But I agree with you. I think that ultimately, and we say this all the time, there's reality and there's your feelings. And reality does not give a flying fuck about your feelings. And I think that there's a lot of people right now that think the world needs to bow to what offends me and what I think should be and whatnot. And I think there takes some maturity of society for the greater population to say, fuck you and your feelings. I don't give a shit what offends you. Okay? Life needs to continue. Go to hell. And I see it happening over and over and over again. And I think you're right, Artificer Joni. I think we're seeing that play out in real time. Just my thought. I agree. I hope I haven't mischaracterized what you were saying, but that's my take on it.
Yeah, I started thinking about overplaying their hand. Ghostbusters 2016 immediately comes to mind. That pretty much everybody hated that movie.
Yeah.
And
Bless you.
basically, the only people who watched it were folks from Gamergate who wanted to like roast it.
And it's so funny because we see it coming up again, right? As Paul Feig tries to, play the socialist media with, oh, you didn't include my movie. It must have been an oversight. So many people liked it, and we had, Dan and the guys.
Want that in my collection of Ghostbusters. I'm sorry.
I.
And it's like, he's so butthurt about it, and then come to find out, oh well, they were including it as a digital download. And I do want to say to anyone who hears this, all 5 of you that are, still in the stream, and anyone who might see this in the future, be very clear on this. Sony had planned all along for all of the Ghostbusters films, 1, 2, Afterlife, and 2016 to be digital downloads. That was always part of it. They just parsed out what they were saying. And Kevin Feige, in his infinite fucktard stupidity, shot his mouth off before they had a chance to announce it. Okay? Which makes him look like all the more an asshole. Okay, so now, instead of you were always included as a digital download, now it looks like, fine, we're throwing you a bone because you're an asshole. Which does not help his cause any at all. Let's be clear, okay? His whole rant is not about hurt fifis. It's about loss of revenue. The fact that his physical DVD is not included in this Ultimate Collection means he doesn't get extra money. And he was hoping to get extra sales of his DVD on the success of Afterlife, and he didn't. And
his movie sucked.
And his movie, he's right, because his movie sucked, and Sony basically was saying, fuck you. You fucked us, so we are not going to give you extra money. But the fans can have a digital download if they want.
Over a chunk change he's never going to get. Cry.
Exactly. That's exactly it. And this is the thing that people miss. People think this is all about them and all about feelings and all about, woman power or some bullshit like that. No, it's fucking about money. Okay? And if you can't see that, I cannot help you. Okay? This is what I'm talking about when I say there's an element here that you're not seeing. It's just business. It's not about your social justice warrior, crusade. It's not about your feelings. It's not about anything else other than money. It's never about anything else but money. This is what every politician will tell you. It's about the economy, stupid. That's a quote for a reason. So, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, but yeah, that's a perfect example. Is the whole Ghostbusters thing.
I'm just glad the MonsterVerse is spared this crap. It got away unscathed.
Well, so far it hasn't gotten political. Politics ruins everything, as Viva Frei always says.
Yeah, like sure you had environmental villains in the second movie, but it's like that's just part of Godzilla lore anyways. Godzilla has always had, environmental messaging and environmental enemies within the Toho films I'm talking about.
Yeah, you can tell your story, but do it in a good narrative way, and don't fucking beat people over the head with it.
But the best part about it is they die.
Be allegorical. Allegory is a great way to get a message across and still entertain. But these dumb fucks in the entertainment industry don't understand that anymore. Look, I kind of probably need to wrap this up because we're 2 hours past what we usually do, and we're coming up on 2022 in Mountain Time, but I don't think anyone that's here is in Mountain Time, so I'm not going to do the countdown, but I am going to start wrapping it up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of go clockwise and give everybody, a last say. Leia Plus Size, last words for the stream.
Well, I just want to say it was fun being here, Troy. Thank you for inviting me in.
No, thank you for literally, I mean this very sincerely. Thank you for gracing us with your presence.
Oh, you're welcome. It's always fun. And if you ever want me to be a guest again, just let me know. And
I will.
I will make time to pop up. It's not a problem. And I just basically want to say I hope all of you have a very good new year. And I wish the best for everybody. And I hope we see some good things coming up so we can also talk about some good things as well.
Yep. Amen. I think we will. Something to look forward to.
Yep. I think we have some good things coming. So, yep. That's it for me.
Amen. Wolfie, last words. What you got coming up?
Yeah, we're gonna be picking it back up in January. We're gonna be starting off fresh again, going on more positive light, talking about anime, movies, what have you. We'll probably tune in for the regular scheduled programs until everybody got their shit together. Excuse me. Just for Mama Chili, I may not have visit family, but I did make some calls. Lots of.
Okay.
Good.
So many calls.
So basically, you had an enormous birthday that day.
Amen.
Other than that, go see the latest season of Cobra Kai. It's really good.
I've got it in my queue. Netter and I will probably start watching it tomorrow.
Oh my goodness, it's so we just got done finishing it. Me and the wife. It's so good.
Looking forward to it.
For everybody who tunes into the UN Spacey, remember you are the UN Spacey. Welcome to the Wolf Fleet.
Ow! There you go. Thanks, Wolfie. Artificer Joni, last words.
Here's hoping that Hollywood and other places will start putting the story first and not the message.
Amen. You know, I've always said all along, there's nothing wrong with, especially these people that say, well, Star Wars and Star Trek and blah, 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 have always had a message. Yes, but they also told good stories that got their message across. You know, they didn't just sit and preach,
Amen on that. Yeah.
Right?
Do you think Spider-Man, this new Spider-Man, is a sign of things turning around? Or I don't know. It just
between Spider-Man and Afterlife and, Boba Fett and so many other things, I do feel like we've turned a corner.
Yeah.
I do think that Hollywood has gotten the message. But again, I will say what I've always said. Hollywood and the entertainment industry is a long ship with a tiny pin. It's very difficult to turn, and it takes a long time. But they've got the message, and they're starting to make that turn. So, I'm sorry if I interrupted you, Artificer.
Oh,
Johnny.
not at all. Not at all. Thanks. It's been great hanging around with you guys again. One of the biggest problems with getting morning shift is that I've been unable to hang out with you guys regularly.
Yeah, we kind of have missed you, but you know what? You are always welcome, and even if you can't join us live, of course, the videos are there if you want to come, and you know what? This gives me an opportunity. Everybody, if you enjoyed the stream, hit the like button. Leave a comment, okay? Come back tomorrow and leave a comment because that helps the videos get out and so forth. If you see,
we got merch.
That's right. I was getting to that. That's a good point. So I'm not wearing it right now, but Netter did start a merch. What is it?
Teespring.
Yeah, Teespring. So I started. Netter started a couple of Teespring acquisitions for me. I will, in the new year, I will be, you know what, I maybe just do a whole video about it, but so Netter pointed out that I've kind of developed a couple of catchphrases for the channel. So own physical media, right? And my logo for the Friday Night Last Call. So she created some t-shirts to go with those concepts. They're going to be over on Teespring. I'll be posting those going forward. And maybe in my next stream, I will, show off the merch. So Thank you for mentioning that, Netter. And with that, we will transfer over to Netter. Any last words? I know what her last words are going to be.
I have eaten all day. Troy gave me alcohol, and now I'm a little drunk.
Awesome! I need to end this stream right away and take advantage of the circumstance. Anyway, any other last words?
Well, like I always say for any stream, we super appreciate you guys joining us. We can talk amongst ourselves, but it's not as much fun as when you guys are joining us. Thank you for hanging out with us. Yeah, sorry I got to the party a little late, but I had to just redo my entire kitchen, and now it looks fabulous, and I gotta show that to my husband once we end the stream. But yeah, totally love you guys. I mean, you're not just friends, you're family too. So thanks again for being here.
Yeah.
And Happy New Year.
Absolutely. Happy New Year, everybody. Netter's absolutely right. We super appreciate all of you guys. You know, I know that we have all the regular suspects here, and so we assume that you guys are subscribed. But you know what? I checked my behind the scenes, and I found that there's a lot of you guys that aren't subscribed that might think that you are. So do me a favor, double check, see that you're subscribed. If you're not subscribed, hit subscribe. You know, doesn't mean you have to watch every one of my videos, but it would super encourage me, and of course it helps out my channel. And
yeah, because YouTube likes to unsubscribe people just randomly. I found out that I was unsubscribed for quite a few channels that I'm normally subscribed to, so I had to go back and resubscribe. So yeah, check Troy's channel, check my channel, check other channels that you're normally subscribed to. Make sure you're still subscribed to them.
Yeah. I'm not going to call out anybody, but I've seen where a lot of my regular suspects have commented my videos but aren't subscribed. And I'm like, oh my gosh, that person's not subscribed? And I'm like, it's,
and
you know,
YouTube, well,
it hurts my feelings.
It was suggested by Maria Tiantelli that if you watch like 5 minutes of any video, that lets YouTube know you're a real person and not just like some bot just subscribing.
Good point. Let me reiterate what she said. So
Why was
if there is a video, you know, or a channel or whatever that you really like and you're subscribing to them, make sure that you watch a whole video of theirs, because
at least 5 minutes of it.
At least 5 minutes of it, because apparently YouTube, if you watch less than 5 minutes of a video and then click off and hit subscribe, they think you're a bot. So it's a weird thing, but you know, it's worth knowing. Anyway, that's it. Let me say my last words. Thank you all for being here. This isn't just the alcohol speaking. I super appreciate all of you that are hearing my voice, whether it's immediately right now or in the future because, you know, you couldn't stay awake and you're watching it on the recast or whatever. You guys mean the world to me. You encourage me. I would be literally speaking into the wind if you guys weren't there to hear what I have to say and giving me feedback. It's a conversation. It's not a one-way thing. So I super appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hit subscribe, hit like, leave a comment. It helps. It really does. And if you have a channel, Happy New Year, Agent Boomer. I see you there.
Hit me with your best shot.
If you have a channel and you want to, you know, promote it or whatever, let me know. And we'll get you on the channel, have you as a guest, we'll promote you, we'll do whatever, because, you know, like PJ over at Orville Nation says, we succeed together. Okay? Or, as the Klingons say, we succeed together in a greater whole. Okay? Amen. Looking forward to a great 2022 with all of you. Thank you so much. Have a great one. Solancha.
Didn't know it.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Take care, everybody.